I like that. We are all now all comfortable and we got to know each other. Did you all, who was at the after party last night? Did you have enough water? Huh? I see the water in front of you is still full, so I'm not sure if you've had enough water. But I welcome you all, and we're going to have another very insightful day 2, which is going to finish earlier because we're going to finish with lunch. I'm sure you've seen it on your programs. So we are planning on making sure that at 2:30, as your driver, I'm back with my children and my husband, right? Is that, can we agree on that? All right, when we left here yesterday, we painted the scenario that we are in DRC, and we are still in DRC. Most of us went to the Shebeen, clearly, in DRC, but we are still in DRC, and we're going to navigate ourselves back to South Africa from DRC with various support and also information enabling us to deal with the challenges that we'll be facing from DRC back to South Africa. With that said, we also agreed that we will talk about what could potentially be our resolutions for this conference, because the Deputy Minister gave us homework. So that is where I would like us to start this morning. I'd really like to give you an opportunity to share your remarks, what could potentially be our resolution, so that as your prefect, I can hand over to the DM, correct? So there will be roaming mics. If you're brave enough just to share your remarks and also what could potentially be our resolution or your suggestions, and then I will compile them, and before the DM does his closing remarks later on today, it is that which I will present to him. So with that said, who would love to say something first? Who's brave enough this morning? I'm sure you've had coffee. I'm randomly going to pick people. It's that moment in class when the lecturer says, who's red? And everybody looks down. And there's this thick silence in the room. Voice spoke, thank you very much. So we've got thank you very much. So we will start with the gentleman from SARS. We'll come to Osmehlali from DOT, then we'll come to you. Thank you. Let's go.
Sure. Thanks, and good morning to the colleagues. When I reflected even on yesterday's deliberations, more so on the last question that Lebo asked, to say, how do we, move from DR Congo now back, but making it easy for the MSMEs to do business. One of the things that I said could be a takeaway is to say the best service is no service. As government, sometimes we find relevance in doing things for people when we should, in actual fact, be empowering people to do things for themselves, and also ensure that as they do business, it's easy for them to do business with the government, not only SARS, but government overall. So I think one of the key takings from us within the government space should be, how do we then make it easy for the SMMEs, for those that are in the cross-border transport industry, to do business with government without these challenges that have been identified, where they find frustrations and they do not know how do they, or they've got, I always say, sometimes part of the challenge is that there's too many people that you need to go through, and it's too many departments. It's as if there's not one single government. So if we can find a way of collaborating as government departments to ensure that we make it easy for the SMMEs. That would in actual fact be one of the ways in which we move from where we are to going where we want to be, you know, coming back home. And maybe then as a resolution is to say that as government departments, we need to then start to collaborate more, have more frequent meetings that look at what are the challenges that we have identified. And it's not only government departments, but also with, you know, the SMMEs as stakeholders, to say these are the challenges that we say we have identified. How are we collectively resolving them to ensure that we then move, you know, forward with ease and make it easy? Because one thing that you identify is that we have not yet won in terms of how do we make it easy. But we know that we must make it easy, but how do we then make it easy for people to, you know, be compliant, for people to do business with the government, because we set the regulations and we say they must comply, but they want to comply, and how do they then, you know, comply with ease? If we can, you know, cross that bridge through collaboration, I think we should be in the right direction. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. And I just want to ask a question on that, because I think sometimes when responsibility or task is not allocated to anyone, it will not be done.
Sure.
So are we saying that because it's the inaugural conference, this could potentially be the vehicle that facilitates this collaboration between the
Sure.
various government departments, so that when we leave here, at least we know on the second annual, the task of this congregation or the task of this platform was to make sure that the various stakeholders are part of it and also facilitating the collaboration.
Sure, thanks. And just to bring it to the point, as you've mentioned, C-BRTA has taken the lead, invited all of us, and it knows who's who in the room, and therefore it should then take it forward to say, do I then coordinate, you know, progress meetings, whether it's quarterly, monthly, or whatever the case may be, as and when these stakeholders are available in a coordinated manner. I know you can't meet all the SMMEs one by one, but there should be at least a body of common interest where we are able to then discuss these things and find ways of saying how do we resolve the challenges. So I say the C-BRTA should then take the lead on this one and ensure that it coordinates progress meetings going forward to ensure that it resolves the challenges. Because if you say from a SARS perspective, I can't be running it because I do not have a direct interest, I would say, on the matters that are related to the fright and so forth, but I've got a certain interest in as far as the tax and the compliance is concerned.
All right, no, thank you very much. They will need capacity to be able to facilitate that. So we will hear later maybe from the CEO or some of the representatives as to if this is one of the resolutions we're taking forward, and some of people to volunteer to help facilitate the process because they will need capacity. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. My name is Mihlali Qada from the Department of Transport, and I just have a couple of things to say. First, I want to unequivocally thank C-BRTA for this occasion. It's very important for us to meet in such spaces, but not just meet, but to chant a way forward as to what needs to be done. I want to reiterate the sentiments of the DM when he said collaboration is the order of the day. Now, for me, what's going to be important is for delegation and the delineation of duties so that we understand what time frames are expected and who the responsible persons are. And it's not necessary for us to continuously be meeting. I mean, for financial and practical reasons, it's going to be important for us to be able to give things like quarterly reports to the C-BRTA as to what we're doing in our respective spaces. Now, from a perspective of the Department of Transport, it's going to be very critical for us to understand what are the requirements from industry of the department? Because we've got legislations, we've got policies, we've got the frameworks, but the issue is compliance, but also to understand what exactly are the requirements of industry for the department, so that we can either explain where we are as a department, give a status quo analogy, look at the policy frameworks, which I'll be doing when I'm presenting later on in the day, but also what are the challenges that people have figured that government can start to untangle, because the role and responsibility of the department is to create an enabling environment for industry to thrive. And for us to be able to do that, we need to denote and understand what industry requirements are at a policy level, at a legislative level, but also we need them to understand where we are at. So being invited as CEO to conferences like this is very important, because most times you find that people don't understand that the legislation is sufficient. We hear this all the time. South Africa doesn't actually need any more legislation. We just need to look at compliance. We need to look at whether the blockages are and where the problems are for us to be able to have a stepping stone to say what there needs to be done. So I think the DM would actually be quite interested to say, now we know what the legislative framework is. These are the shortfalls, these are the shortcomings, and this is what industry actually requires from us, so that we can be able to answer quite effectively to that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very, very much. I think you were very succinct. We will go to the lady at the back.
1, 2. Hi, good morning. My name's Manon from C. Steinweg Logistics. I think, thank you for us to be here. It has really been an awesome opportunity. I just wanted to I mean, we're talking about a lot of problems, but I'd like to just be a beacon of light. South Africa, we are on a positive trajectory. Our trade is growing. And I'd really like us to look at the entire supply chain from beginning to end, and a pivotal role everybody plays. I have some stats here into our SADC countries, is that if we have a look at where we started just in 2020, from 2019 to 2024, South Africa's increased and we're exporting over 13.7 billion. Our agri departments are growing. Farmers are going to be exporting into Africa. The commodities are there. Let's join hands and make sure that we are talking to the hauliers, are positioning their trucks on the trade lanes, and even going back to the keynote speakers of yesterday, make sure we do our homework together. Because at the end of the day, for me, that's doing the trade part of things, it's very important that we have reliable hauliers. But I can promise you now, every single country struggles with their own geopolitical problems. We aren't unique to it, but I think we have to stop hugging our problems. Let's look over it. Let's find solutions. Let's actually remove the word problem and let's find it a supply chain solution. When we're changing the dial, and we're not being spectators, and let's be part of dialogue, and then we'll see a big shift, a mind shift, and also a moving forward. Because South Africa, we are the promised land in Africa. Come on, people, let's shine together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. CEO would also like to have a word. Can we please give the CEO a mic? Mr. Lwazi. Thank you.
She's hogging the mic. Good morning. I just want to build on the point that that was made. That's the last point, and Mihlali's point. So effectively, we export, the bulk of the exports in the SADC region up to this point is in billions of rands. I think there's massive exports. So the previous speaker is correct that we do have an opportunity already from an economic point of view and the growing trade into the region to move goods across the borders. And 95% of all the freight is on the road, right? So the solution to, or perhaps the opportunities in that space lie in this room and beyond. So I agree with the sentiments that we've got to be strong in building a freight industry. Yes, there are those that are already existing, they're bigger boys, but there's also the people that are in this room that we are trying to find opportunities for now, going forward. Again, I agree with the point that the main thing is to find a space in the value chain for the small operators to come in and be effective and grow in that space. And I think the input from SARS was a correct one. We do have quarterly sessions for freight in the business. We meet with freight on a quarterly basis, but it's generally everyone. But I may have to request the colleagues to make sure that maybe there's a specific focus on the MSMEs so that we also understand some of the opportunities that they want to get into, and we see how we support those. So I was just supporting those 2 points. I think I'm covered by all the previous speakers, including Nihlali, from a legislative point of view and a regulatory point of view. I think there's sufficient acts out there. We just need to make sure that we're implementing. So from our side as the C-BRTA, we do have the quarterly sessions of freight already that are in place, and they are very well attended. But I think we may have to then see how we strengthen that from bringing in the SMME component and making sure that it is part of that effectively, or build a separate channel for MSMEs with their unique challenges to build into the space. But I agree with the sentiments of the last speaker, 110%. There's growth, there's opportunities, we just have to be there. And that's why we thought that it's important that we host this conference so that we can then bring all the small operators as well into the space, and people can then run trade across the borders. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So you can give him a round of applause. He wanted to clap. So from what I'm hearing is that there is growth and there are opportunities to be explored, but the requirement is to have a consolidated approach for MSMEs in the space. Is that what we are agreeing on? I see nods. Can I hear yes? Right. And in doing that, the challenge is how then do we have a consolidated approach for the small and medium enterprises? And the suggestion is from the C-BRTA is to include more in their quarterly events or quarterly reports in engaging with the industry. So that is one of the action points, is you will be extending further the invite to engage with SMMEs in the quarterly events. And I would like to pledge support in using my conference to assist the agency to gather more data around small and medium enterprises, because my conference is slightly bigger and it is supported also by the private sector. So the platform, it is, I think, one of the commitments from my end to assist the industry, to assist the agency to gather more data around small and medium enterprises and the kind of support that they need. Are those the two sufficient? Are we getting somewhere? All right then. So those are the ones that I will then present to the minister. If you've got any other suggestions, you can then just come to me and say, Florence, I think we've missed out this. But before we close today, we'll just recap on everything. But what has become very evident, glaringly evident for me, is there is no platform for medium, small, micro, small, medium enterprises in the industry across the different transport pillars. Even within the associations, if they do have, and I say this with absolute respect to SAF because Devlin is here, it's a very small desk somewhere that is looking after small and medium enterprises, and they get swallowed up in all these conversations. And the truth of the matter is such an initiative also brings, it to our attention that there is a need to focus on emerging businesses, and that is SMEs. Thank you. So we will start our day with our safety protocols. So we have just got into the truck and we need to do our safety protocols. May I please ask the representative from Guha?
Thank you, Program Director. Good morning. It's me again. For those who were not here yesterday, my name is Kanya Mlauli. I am the Health and Safety Officer from the Guha Development Corporation. I'm just here to give you a few of our safety precautions because some of you at the after party, maybe you forgot, but it's fine. I can confirm that today we do not have any emergency drill that we'll conduct. So if there's an alarm that is activated, we'll probably have an emergency or an incident. And I hope for your sake it is not activated. I'm sure you don't have any energy, ne? When it comes to our emergency evacuation route, you will use our primary exit door, which is on my right side, and on your left when you're facing this way. You will exit this conference room and go towards our reception area, where you'll find on your left side an open space area that is behind a panic station. You will stand there and wait for instructions either from our ship personnel or from our security. Our emergency team will take care of you and lead you to that area and check if everyone is safe and okay. We do have first aiders that are trained and appointed to assist you. If you see any colleague that is in distress or doesn't feel well, please report to us. If you don't feel well, just report to one of our CDC colleagues. We do also have an emergency response team outside that is stationed to assist you immediately. If you need to use the smoking area, we do have a smoking area behind the building. We'll just use the back door to exit, and then on your right side, we do have a smoking area. It is labeled. You can use that. If you need to use ablution facilities, we do have our ablution facilities. That side, we have a female toilet on your right and then a male toilet on your left side. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you very much. So we will start with our first panel discussion today around financing and investment opportunities for MSMEs, and it's going to be facilitated by Ndate Moss from Accuracy Group. I'm going to ask him to come on stage, and with his two panelists, which is Mr. Bernard Vilakazi and also the colleague from Small Enterprise Development and Finance Agency. Let's give a round of applause for Ndate Moss. If you can just give them the lapels, the panelists. Ndate Moss, you can come this side. Do you need a lapel? Come again? Okay, there's a room. He's gonna use one. These are the panelists. You've met them. You can go on stage and start your panel.
Choose our own seats. Dumelang. Dumelang Sanbonani, Molweni, Dimachero, Umdia. Dimachero. Yeah, Huyemore. My name is Mosereme, and I've been tasked. It's a privilege to have an agency like Cross-Border Transport Road Agency to give you such a responsibility, and I hope I won't disappoint. And greetings to everyone. I asked about the audience that we have. I thought we were only going to have Xhosa-speaking people. And when I did an analysis yesterday, I realized, okay, at least tona le Basotho ba rona, le Batswana ba rona. Yeah, so it will be a diverse. So forgive us for not speaking Xhosa today. If you are Xhosa speaking, we're going to engage in Tswana most of the time. Eh? Okay, can we introduce our guest?
Morning, everyone. My name is Bernard Vilakazi. I look after transport and logistics sector from ABSA Business Banking. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Zoli Sanani Ngobongwana. I'm from the Small Enterprise Development and Finance Agency. I am responsible for the youth, but I'm here on behalf of SIDFA, and we are going to speak isiXhosa.
All right. No, thank you. And I wish it was a court procedure, CEO, so that we can bring the Bible and ask them to swear. So help me God. Because one thing about the conferences, guys, and something that has bothered me for a very long time, is that it's a platform of false promises, where you attend a platform and you come from there with speakers bombarding you with promising and hopeful words. And then you send an email Monday, story has changed. So I hope what you're going to get here is nothing but the truth. Let me start with ABSA. You know, the story of ABSA is very interesting, from Barclays to where they are, Africanism and Wara Wara and the Triple T. And I don't know, maybe you'll explain why they left the Triple T. You remember the Triple T? Today, tomorrow, and what? Together. Yeah, so it didn't work, unfortunately. So now they've changed to now a nicer one. Your story matters. I hope the story matters. And can we just go straight to the point? We know ABSA is doing, it's a commercial bank, personal, but here we're talking business because these are business people. Can we go straight to what ABSA is doing in terms of business people?
Thank you. I think where we need to start, and it was interesting last night, is besides ABSA, I think I'm speaking on behalf of the banks, is I want the business people in the room to go and look at the Reserve Bank's mandate. And once you understand that mandate, you'll understand where the banks get their mandate from. So whatever we do for our clients, in business especially, is not something that ABSA comes up with. It's what the South African Reserve Bank has been mandated with, their policies. So go and look at those 9 mandates and you'll start understanding. Because I certainly see people who say, but you are always increasing the interest rate. And I'm saying, but this Wednesday, it won't be us increasing the interest rate. Where do you stay? Because we take the mandate from the governor as well. So that's where I want to start. That's what we are also governed and controlled by the Reserve Bank. So, and then the second one is, if you look at those 9 pillars, there's financial stability, there's regulation of the financial market, meaning that we cannot be reckless in your growth because we need to go back to the regulator. Yes, you want that million, but if I give you the million recklessly, I am putting your livelihood in danger as well. So that's where the compliance comes in, that have I done my due diligence in terms of assessing you? Because it's not an assessment that stays in my file, in my bank. It goes back to the Reserve Bank, and probably you've seen in headlines, ABSA fined 2 million for reckless lending. So how do we walk away from that and protect you? Because there's a lot of policies like the consumer protection, which is also for businesses. So as ABSA, I'm sitting here talking to this sector, transport and logistics. So what we did 3 years ago, so that's when I joined the bank, we decided to focus on this sector because we realized that putting you in a room with other sectors, we won't be able to solution for you guys. So we started a whole sector team to say, what are the transporter and logistic needs? What are the subsectors? I think Devlin will know. Last week we gathered in Joburg with just freight forwarders. Florence's conference, we've sponsored it for the last 3 years, where we go into even the SMEs. Commercially, we know that when we are sitting with the DSV, DHL, I cannot bring Voice Express and DHL in the same room and say, what are your needs? They differ. So you need to create platforms. And hence, I'm sitting here, my rest of my team, I have a team in Pretoria that's just doing your Intercape. I've got a team in Cape Town that's just looking at someone who is now in the growth phase, where they are no longer an SME. So we are also creating spaces where we can be comfortable to have conversations. How do you have a conversation as an SME where you have 5 trucks and someone saying, I'm sitting on 1,000 trucks. These are my issues in Germany. You are still trying to break out of PE and maybe go to Durban. You can't even address those things. So that's what we're trying to first have the platform. And also, I just want to say to the cross-border transport agency, they literally invited us as a bank. And I remember very well, Mr. Lwazi said, we will see you in PE. And I said, hey, I have to be in PE. You know, I even arrived on Sunday so that I'm not even late for today's panel, just to make sure. But that's an exciting partnership where we are saying as a bank, we're not going to do this alone. We're going to do it with the public sector as well.
No, thank you very much. SIDFA, from CEDA to SIDFA.
From CIFA and CEDA to SIDFA.
Yeah, I'm there. Basically, this is what happened. Like someone was saying that we no longer need policies in this country, guys. We are tired. We need implementation. Good policies, we end up having bad policies that replace good policies. But I'm not there. The merger between CEDA and SIFA, it will be an interesting story to hear what they have for SMMEs. Can you just give us a background of what happened this year and where do you want to go as the organization?
Okay, currently we are in the process of finalizing the measure. Most of the work has been done. What is only left now is putting people into their positions. And then the rationale behind the measure was that I'm struggling with the new word, SMEs should get support from one agency. And then also the complaints that were going around the market was that I go to CEDA, I get business development support, and then when I get to SIFA, then I'm not assisted. So then we are trying to bridge that gap that when a business is being developed, it should be developed in mind for financing, for those that need funding, and then also to be developed to be sustainable for those that are just needing development for the time being. But it's still at the early stages. We're still funding each other currently.
Thank you. And now we have a platform like what cross-border agency has done. And the market is solely into most, let's say the bigger portion of it is transport and logistics. So how do those people fit? Because we see posters, we see communications from the office of the minister. They only talk about tax shops and stuff. So does a guy who's not doing tax shop, doing transport and logistics fits into the mandate?
Yes, actually, SIFA existed, I think, around 2012. There were also a measure. And a biggest chunk of our budget has gone to logistics, has also gone to the value chain within logistics, like manufacturing. So spaza shops, it's addressing another issue, but our core business since its existence has been logistics, followed by manufacturing, and also franchising. So spaza shops is part of then what we are trying to integrate because of the current challenges that are happening in the country. That's why the focus is there.
So if somebody's listening here and watching you and listening to you, if they go to your office Monday, where do they start and what is that they explain when they get to office in terms of their business?
We are trying to move away from office since COVID. We are available online. We must start with the online application process. Currently, we are using the old SIFA website, but then we are transitioning to the new SIFA website. You'll be directed through that. You firstly familiarize yourself with the product offerings that are available and also get to know what you are applying for, and then start the application process on our application portal. You register. In most cases, people think that after registering on the portal, you have application. That is just only registration to allow you to go in and out during the application stage. You are given 20 days to complete the application. You go through the application, you submit. That's when you have an application with us. Then you'll be given a reference number, which is an app number. And then after that, that app number is what you use. It's your reference when you are dealing with any SIFA agency, whether you have a complaint or whether your application has been approved. That is going to be your most likely an account number with us or a reference number with us. But then if you are struggling with the system, that's when then you are allowed to come in to our offices and then you'll be assisted.
Thank you very much. And Absa, I love the part where you explained the difference, because I was speaking to someone during the week to say, one of the challenges that we get with commercial banks, we understand you are not a developmental institution. You are a commercial bank. You exist for the sole purpose of lending money and getting profit out of it. But the troubling issue that I always see is that how do you separate Moss Holdings SME and DSV? That DSV comes, he's already at this $1 billion or multi-million portfolio. And then this one is just with his first truck. I know my tire is just a struggling truck. He wants to there. You look at that person already. based on borrowing from there is already bad credit. How is the differentiation between the two people when they approach the bank?
Thanks for that. I think I was gonna touch on it. If you look at it, you have the commercial aspect in terms of your banking clients, and then you have the MSMEs. And within these MSMEs, what's interesting, if you run with it like that, you are in trouble. And I say this because before this conference, I went and did a 6-week course with the IFC, who defines this MSME in 5 sectors: tourism, agri, manufacturing, textile, and tourism. And once you start understanding it, I'll just look at tourism. You will take Redison and put it with the Airbnb or a guest house in the township, and you expect them to compete. So when it defines it, you start understanding. I'll bring it back to my sector. So as ABSA, what we did last year, we looked at our SME book and we said, how do we put it in segments that make sense in our South African context? And we went micro. Anyone who has 0 to 100K turnover is a micro to us. So it means, this is what they said yesterday, continuation. This is the startup. This is the teacher who's no longer happy teaching naughty kids and they want to buy their 1 truck. And they can opt to go back to teaching. But do you then bring them in and give them finance in such a way that they are now having 20 trucks, but they are not experienced? So you also be wary of the experience of the jockey. That's the micro. And then if you look at the small, we said anyone between the 150 and 5 million. This is a person who's now getting established. They've got that subcontracting. They now know who's who. They've learned as well. They've lost money, because you lose money that, hey, I went and invested in this, it never worked. There's now lessons. And then the third one becomes the medium, which is the 5 million to 50 million. This is a person who is establishing themselves, who's growing. This is where we are saying, I can see your turnover. What are you doing? Let's sit down as a bank. So the first is to segment correctly. Because if you don't segment correctly, I am going to give you products that are not aligned with you. And I'll give you an example. A lot of you maybe in the room have been given by your own bank an overdraft. Now, when I give you an overdraft, I don't understand if you need CAPEX or OPEX. You take the overdraft, you go back to your business, you have 2 trucks, you've now got a contract that needs you to have another 2 trucks. When you get there, because there's no the financial knowledge, the money is on your side, no one is holding you accountable. You now have a Mustang. You're no longer buying 2 trucks. You buy 1 truck and you want to look good, lifestyle, you buy a Mustang. Because you want to compete with the guy from DHL who's your friend. Now, the problem is that you've gotten a wrong product. The bank should have given you a term loan. Term loan, it means every time you want to access the money, you need to give me an invoice. This invoice, we sit in a committee and we say, this asset, Mustang, how is it going to move your coal? Explain to us. Hey, then you see, it's declined. But when you say, I want to buy another trailer because I want to leave this one in Malahleni and run to Middleburg with another trailer, you tick the boxes. So that's what's the first thing you need to do in terms of what we are doing, is segmenting them correctly. And then we can have the conversation of looking at where you want to go, your credit history, because it differs from a business to business.
No, thank you very much. And Sifa, I understand that you're still having the same non-financial services and financial services. Now, let's talk about capacity building. It's somebody who's here studying new into the industry, like he explained, that knowledge is very important. It's a currency that opens the door for you in terms of what you're doing. So what is the leverage that you are giving to these transport and logistics entrepreneurs?
In most cases for transport, it's already people that are within the industry. They are already established. Some are still finding their way. So during the application stage, we'll find what needs does the entrepreneur first. Because you have to capacitate the entrepreneur. And then we'll do a needs analysis. And then after that, we will appoint a mentor that is within the sector of logistics. And then we'll also appoint a mentor or a service provider if we see that maybe on the financial side of things, you don't know how to run your financials. Then we'll take you through that training. And then it's a knowledge that will be capacitated with, but it's not a work that will be done by that person, because at the end of the day, you are the one that has to have that skill. And then also we run a mentorship for at least 2 years, and then after that we let you walk the journey alone.
Okay, and then let's go to a question of bankability, because both of you are doing financial services. What does it mean when you tell somebody bankability, or how do we explain simplicity in terms of bankability to people who are listening and say, I think I'm following the story, but now they don't know. There's a word that we use in the banks and development agencies that is called bankability. What does it mean to you, ABSA, and to you, Sifa?
For us, especially in this sector, it's more on the SLAs. The SLA has to make sense to us and also to the entrepreneur. The entrepreneur must not be strangled by the financing that we offer, because financing also has a potential of killing the business if you are not financed the correct way. So it's very important to see the margins that we are going to make after we have taken our portion. That's the simplest way we can explain bankability on our side.
I think from me, and it's my personal point of view, is the first question I have with the transporter who approaches me is, I don't want to hear the success stories. When you say you are going into transport, I would ask you, those who have left, have you spoken to them? Because if you speak to the guys who are not taking those contracts, I think that's where you get the honesty. That, hey, I'm leaving because these rates, they look good on paper, but when you do the work, I cannot pay my operations. Or this route, it says I'll do 4 loads. When I get to the port, I'm waiting for 2 days. So that's the first thing, where I want to see both sides of the coin, that you understand what you're getting yourself into. And I think also, I then see, is it only finance that you require? Because if you don't talk about non-financial support, that's where you see a gap. I want to hear, how will you be keeping your books? How will you be, your driver management, safety, and also your operation costs? Because what I've seen is, you come to a financial institution, we finance your asset, we are gone. You remember, in transport, they all know who are sitting here, your 90-day payment cycle. Are you going to tell your driver, I'll pay you in 3 months, I'm waiting for, and they will get onto that truck and work for you for 3 months for free? So those are the things I want you to position to me, saying, this is how I will look after operations, and then this is how I will expand. And also the expansion is also, I feel we want to grow too quickly at times, which is scary. But yes, we want to support those businesses. But sometimes when we give you reasons, people are not honest where they're saying, the bank has said they cannot finance me because 1, 2, 3 is red flags. But it's a matter of, banks don't want to give us money. But we can clearly see, because I look at your asset, I look at your book, right? You had 2 trucks. I'll use the 2 trucks. You want another 2, so you want 4. But when I look at your liabilities, your salaries have not increased. So are you doing more with less? It means your labor is taking strain. It means your pocket is getting fat, but the business itself, in terms of operation needs, it's not. It means when I look at your maintenance and service, there's no increase in that. So I can see the profits. So that's what we need to avoid. Yes, we want to grow the profit, but we also need to make it sustainable in terms of needs to balance. So left must equals right. That's what I would look at in terms of, are you bankable?
Thank you very much. The other important factor that we haven't touched more on is the products, Sifa. What is the direct products that you are offering or services that related to our audience?
Okay, the first one has been retail finance. It's between around 50,000 up to 15 million rands. It's priced at Prime Plus, and then we have the manufacturing support program for those then that are manufacturing the goods to be transported. It's also from 50 to 15 million priced at Prime. And then we have the one that I manage, the Youth Challenge Fund. In there you have different product offerings, like for startups, they can get up to a 2 million rand. Price at 5% fixed, with also a grant of up to 30% within the sector, the logistics that falls under. And then for those that have been around and then have been operating for longer, it's also up to 15 million. 80% of that will be a loan, and up to 20% of that will be a grant. Oh, sorry. Also, for those that are still new entering the market, they are based in the townships or rural areas. We have also a fund that focuses on those. It's called a Township Rural and Entrepreneurship Program. It's up to R1 million. For those that just want to do deliveries around locally, it's also priced at 5% fixed.
Thanks. I think on our side, what we offer is your asset financing that you all know, but I don't want to concentrate on that because I think most of you know that. What I want to look at is access to markets. Remember, and I'm not going to name drop, but you have a bus operator who's got 2 buses, and he does the big bus company that has given him a contract is saying it won't be a legal document. It's a gentleman's agreement. When you are negotiating with your supplier, ask them this question: who do you bank with? And if the big guy says, I am with the Green Bank, go to the Green Bank and say, your client has given me business. I want you to fund me to sustain your client to keep on giving you money. If they say no, you now start seeing that this ecosystem is not working. I want to bring in more money. The bank is saying no. Why is this guy giving me work? So that's the first task. It's on you as you do your due diligence.
I think that one deserves a round of applause.
And then secondly here is we have our ED programs as a bank, and this is through our DFIs. Remember, women and youth, I think it was something that was raised yesterday as sort of the expectations. If a business is 51% owned by blacks and it's got youth under the age of 35 and the turnover is under 50 million, we waive some of the transactional fees. Are you asking your bank that, hey, I am under 35, I'm a woman, what do you have in terms of a value proposition for me? If you don't ask, you'll never get. That's the business number 1 rule. And the second one is also post-lending management. Does your bank finance your asset and walk away and come back when it's the last payment cycle to say, hey, you're defaulting, we are now repossessing? And post-lending management is simple things. We've done it a lot with the SME spaces, where women-led businesses in transport, automotive, where we walked in and we said, why do you have a book and you don't have a bookkeeping system? As a bank, will sponsor that. Also, we realized that, tell me, when your trucks are there at the back and they're servicing them, how do you keep an eye on everything? Let's install your CV systems in your yard, because as an SME, as you grow, you also need to start letting go. You can't do everything yourself. And that's what I've realized with SMEs is that you still want to play HR, you want to be the marketer, you want to service your vehicles yourself. Sometimes you find them on the truck themselves delivering and you're thinking, growth means you now need to think about those 8 functions of business we learned in high school, that you now need to sort of have your 8 people. You can't wear all the hats. So yeah, I think those are the products that we have in terms of here, but obviously in terms of financing, you have your fleet cards. I've seen a lot of businesses that still want to do cash sends to their drivers. And I think about, how are you going to present a cash send tomorrow when you need credit to the bank, saying, what did you do with the money? So also in your own businesses, you are in charge of collecting your data. Your data is power for you to present to when you get contracts, to say, look what I've done in record time, SLAs. You keep your own data. You are able to even identify efficiencies in your business. The bank cannot collect data for you. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think that's enough, ne? I'll try my best to not take it all for myself. I'll take 3 questions this side and 3 questions this side to balance so that it doesn't become a Moss show. Can we get assistance to start with my sister in front? Do we have another hand from this side?
Thank you. The economy contracted by 1.7% in the first quarter of 2025. And yet the finance, real estate, as well as business services continue to grow. They're the largest growing by far, standing at 24%, which is in direct contradiction of the role and responsibility of the private sector. Amongst us, perhaps we don't have businesses that can qualify how banks sometimes use and abuse black-owned businesses in particular. We're speaking about due diligence that is evidently supposedly done, but in most cases it is not done. people are getting trucks with no due diligence on whether they've got the contracts and the financial implications that you've spoken to. This happens a lot. We are inundated from parliament as government, but also from individuals that continuously speak to how they are selling their homes, literally selling their clothes and everything else because of the lack of the due diligence, particularly of the finance sector. You spoke avidly, and maybe the time frame was not sufficient about the actual ecosystem that the finance sector is supposed to play in this instance. And I'm speaking particularly to freight transportation, but it is not done. We run as a Department of Transport what we call the Truck Drivers Safety and Wellness Symposium, where we invite banks to come and look at the entire ecosystem, the issues of insurances, the issues of, what is this thing called when people die and you guys pay off? Yes, wills and whatever the case may be. You guys don't actually go down to the core, which is the truck drivers and some of the operators. So it's good to sit here and have conversations, but statistically, we don't have the facts that you provided for us. I would actually like you to give us a statistical account as to how many businesses you've actually assisted, both in terms of startups, but also those that are in the grim. Because as government, as I said before, we are here to create an enabling environment for business to thrive, but the financing industry is actually the biggest inhibitor to MSMEs, particularly young and women, and we are inundated through the BE Charter Council representation from the disabled, the women and the youth on how you are not working with them at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have another hand here? Or should we want to attend to it before we go?
I can do that in the meanwhile. Thank you, Os Mhlali. And I think when I saw you here on stage, I remember 2 years ago, what you just posed, you posed it to ABSA and you said, what are you doing in the space? And I like when you bring up the driver symposium. So when you brought that up this year, we decided to move funds from what we would have sponsored traditionally as a commercial event. And we went and sponsored that driver symposium in Birchwood this year. So that's a tick box. ABSA was the bank that went, and what we did is we made sure that every driver that attended got an opportunity to get a free wheel through ABSA. So we listened and we acted on it. And I think also in terms of stats, in terms of what we are doing, I think I'll look at from our client base. I have 16,000 clients in my book. 12,000 of them are SME. But like I said, the exercise that we've embarked on this year, where we're saying, let's segment our clients correctly, it means it will give us an understanding, like I say, not to take the person with 150K turnover and put them with a 50 million rand guy. So that segmentation is data-led, and it means in terms of how we show up. I think you'll also notice we are the only bank that is here in Port Elizabeth today. It's because when we went and sat with the agency, they said the banks are not involved. I committed in front of my executives that the transport logistics sector will be down in Durban, in PE, will come down and sit with the industry and understand what are the issues and what role do we play. I think even yesterday when we were having the coffee, I said, guys, why go and sponsor something that is going to be happening in Hermanus? Let's talk to the agency. Let's be the first bank that sponsors next year. I'm putting it on my budget that we go in, and when we come in, it's not about us having coffee and notebooks. Let's come in, like you say, these transporters, let's find out their financial planning, wills. What sort of financial issues do they have? Do they need to learn soft skills about accounting systems? If that's what we do, that's what we need to sit down as an ecosystem and understand what are the needs from the report we'll get from Florence saying we've identified the following, and we continue. And we're still involved in the Road Freight SME Summit, like it's our third one. So those are the spaces we want to play in to make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Brother?
Okay, good morning, everybody.
Make it short because time is no longer
okay.
on the side. Yeah.
It's just 2 points. I myself personally as Voice, first got my financing opportunity through, there's a company called RouteQuest. It's an entity of SA Truck Bodies, which ABSA works very strongly with. And the reason why personally, through my journey of being a truck owner for the past 11 years, where your CFAs aren't able to assist I don't know, my brother said, as I listened to him, Mr. Zolisanani, said bulk of the assistance has went to the value chain of transportation. The problem is with tracking specifically, and I think where the banks beat our government entities, it's because banks are able to collaborate with companies, for example, such as RootQuest. And RootQuest becomes a company that says to the bank, we will absorb the risk. And a client will only be required to pay, say, 10%, because they understand how the market works. Because our government institutions say, they will say to you they want a 5-year contract or a 3-year contract. But in logistics, we all know, Mr. Vilagazi will also tell you, that thing does not exist of getting a direct contract, and everybody says, I want direct contract. That thing only exists and applies to your big, I think yesterday it was Mr. Kana who was speaking from Mr. Tsidiso. He said, working on a big company like, say, Super Group, those companies are able to buy all Scanias in the country for the next coming 2 years. And they themselves also, they don't have those direct contracts. It's just an issue of, there is an agreement that they have maybe with Pick and Pay, and they can buy and they can absorb that. So till our, okay, sorry, as I close, our government institutions understand that what they are saying that they want to fund MSMEs, it's not as simple. So they've got to also put themselves in such a way that our banks do that market research and absorb that pressure that they are bringing to our startups and companies that are in existence.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that's a valid point, Siva, because the triple P strategy has always been there in our government since 2009, 2010, that we need a proper private-public partnership. How often do you engage with these commercial, private institutions to say, I'm having cross-border, he's hosting a conference, this is the reason why they're hosting conference every year. So can you as Scania come on board? Can you as MEN come on board? Can you as Volvo come on board? And what are your ESD products and programs that can also assist this one and this one and this one? How big is your role in that area of triple P, including what my brother has said?
Okay. Within the transport sector, it's not that big, I'll be honest, and it is shown by the failure, the highest failure rate we have with our funding within the logistics space. But within the other industries, we do partner also with ABSA, with other funding, especially the one that recently concluded, the tourism fund. We do co-fund with each other. But in terms of understanding the market, I'll be honest and say not at that level.
I think it poses a serious question to Chairperson and CEO. These are the gaps that we need to identify. That when we live here, it's no longer just the rosy, cozy talk. That we need now to facilitate. If you manage to get ABSA on board, then you can now talk to small business development and say, I think CIFA needs to look at this direction, because we cannot exist where the world has collaborated and is partnering going forward. So because we can't have a conference like this and we don't have a Penaya Scania here, we don't have Penaya Volvo here. So, but there must be value proposition. So I think that's another thing as executive that we can look at. Any question from the other side, my sister? It's coming.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you for such a great discussion. I think this is one of the enablers that every MSME require to be able to grow their assets in the business. But the one thing that I want to put on the table, and especially to the funders, is that we have to start looking at transport funds, transport and logistic funds that are dedicated towards supporting MSMEs, not just in just acquiring assets, not just only in putting up with the coaching and the mentorship. And I'm in fact going to touch on that. You have to look at the entire value chain, like what we were discussing yesterday. The industry, as expensive as it is, requires that, remember what I said, you need funding prior to even executing any duties. You need opportunities before you do that. Before you get an opportunity, you need an asset at the same time. So even getting a Scania and Iveco to come here, a Volvo, it doesn't help, because as a manufacturer, from the automobile perspective, they want to make their money, they manufacture, they don't care if you have a truck. But if you go to a client now, let's look at manufacturers, because who we in fact need there is manufacturers, the shippers. Because the shippers are the ones that has got some outbound logistics that needs to happen, which means that they will focus on their manufacturing and they will outsource their work. So you need like an integrated approach from whoever is manufacturing the assets and to whoever is a shipper that has got products that needs to be moved, or whichever commodities. But then you also need a funder that is just as dedicated, that when they fund an MSME, they understand there is that opportunity, your return on investment, and also that contract, as an example, is linked, well, the funding is linked to a contract that exists in terms of the funding solution. So from the shipper perspective, you find that they give an MSME a contract for like 3 years, whilst that contract, from the financing side, within 5 years. Can you see there is no alignment already in the industry? So a point of collaboration between all of these stakeholders that makes it happen is just as important. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. At least it was another question. The last question, guys, I'm closing now because I'm cognizant of time.
Yes, sir.
Program director is
here.
watching me.
Okay. No, thanks for the opportunity, program director.
Succinct, please, my brother.
I'll try.
Yeah.
Let me start off by congratulating the agency for the conceptualization of this program.
A round of applause, guys.
The reason why is simply because it is sector specific. That's the focus. But also I want to give a scenario using two different people. This scenario is meant for the funders. Now you have two different people. One is the captain of the industry, such as you're the voice and you're Mr. Mabaraka there. They are the captains of the industry. And then you have this young person who comes from Mamelodi Township. And this young man has been working for a transport or logistics company for a number of years, and then he decided to call it quits and start his own entity. Now, what does this person have? He has the experience, but he doesn't have not even a single asset. And I'm talking about the asset track, right? Now he becomes, he enrolls on the incubation programs up until such time that he becomes investor ready. The minute he becomes investor ready, then it means he must make sure that he secures an opportunity through a service contract from a potential client, right? Now, because he's investor ready and he has secured a contract, it means he needs capital. Capital to do what? To cover his OPEX and CAPEX, to secure or to procure an asset truck. Whether it's a 1-ton vehicle, or it's a 34-ton trailer, or it's an 8-ton, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, he needs to provide a service to a secured service contract with a potential client. Then you go to the website of CIFA, not yet CITFA or CIFTA. You told us now that currently you can use the website to apply for funding. But that funding doesn't speak to that young person who comes from Mamelodi. It only speaks to the voice. It only speaks to Mabaraka. Why? Because the application process and the requirements are one and the same. The only person who is 99.999% sure that he will gain access to this funding is the voice, is Mabaraka.
Okay, let's go to the question now, my brother. Yeah, the scenario is nice.
What I'm trying to say is, now that you are going to partner with the agency, try to look at how you can enable the startups to secure funding from you guys. That's just the comment I wanted to make. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. There was a question that side? Okay. Yeah. We're moving. We're closing now. Warehousing. How does it fit into your product and services? Because this industry cannot survive without that. In terms of ownership, rental, what's your mandate around that? Do you provide? Do you assist?
Okay. Yes, we do on our side under our asset finance. So I think the repayments are up to 84 months currently, but then it's dependent also on the value of the property that you will be purchasing. But you must be operating the what you call the property, because we have a tendency of SMEs coming in on behalf of other people, but you must be the one that is operating there.
Okay. Sifa, Sida, Absa.
Yeah, besides the movable asset, anything with a serial number, we finance. So that's not your Lobola cows, because they don't have a serial number. But in terms of property, we have a whole team, commercial property finance, and warehousing and storage is a space that we play in. But also when we go in there, we will not let you go and buy something looking at, like the gentleman has said, we see that startup in Mamelodi. We now get them into commercial property finance. It's best to say, go lease for 3 months and see how it works out, so that if it does not work out, you walk away. So there's leasing and purchasing options as well, depending on which segment you are in.
No,
thanks.
That's great. I think we have wrapped up in terms of asset financing, because our guys here, what I know is that they need to have fleet, you understand? But they will see you during the networking session. In closing, how do you differentiate? Was there a question?
Yeah, Voice wants to complete the statement that was made. Yeah. Give him the opportunity.
Where's Voice? Voicey? Voicey? Don't take too long.
Okay, in 30 seconds. What my brother was saying there is very powerful, ne? Because in all honesty, that collaboration between an experienced driver or a person who has been in the system collaborating with somebody who has got maybe financial muscle, it is what is needed. But like I just highlighted with, in 2017, I had to also see in Pretoria the head of SIFA, because they didn't know how to finance transporters. And the truth of the matter is, it breaks my heart to say this, the only way it's subcontracting.
Please don't cry.
The only way currently, we are, direct contracts are needed, but that thing does not exist.
Okay.
And that collaboration, and I don't know, like I was saying, just for my brother there from SIFA, that they just also need to learn from other finance institutions, how do they fund truckers and trucking companies. They need to learn as well that if Mr. Vilakazi is able to fund a company with a fleet of 15, 20, they did it without direct contracts. So what are they doing right that they, as SIFA, as an entity or as a government institution, your NEFs and IDCs, so that more transporters can be assisted? I thank you.
I think it's a challenge that we experience with FDIs, especially in terms of from the first go, your documentation, your requirements and everything. I think they talk to that. But what I want to close with is the Absa, you'll have your own and you'll have your own. How do you separate the jockey from the horse in most cases? Because this is what, especially with what my brother said, because you get somebody coming and say, I'm an experienced wara, I drove trucks for 18 years. But this person, when you look, the joke is right. But once you start buying the horse becomes the wrong asset. So how do you separate that in your organization?
Okay. In one of the requirements or the documents that we ask during the application stage is your CV, so that we can understand what kind of experience do you have within the industry that you want to operate in. Because we cannot separate the entrepreneur to the business. They go together. At the end of the day, it's the entrepreneur that will run the business. So it's the CV. The CV tells us a story of of where you have been, and then when it comes then to the experience of running a business, then that's when then we bring in the mentorship part, a mentorship that is industry specific, not just a mentor that's just going to be there, comes in and writes and goes. Someone that is going to impart the knowledge to you so that we back a successful jockey that is going to be sustainable in the long run, not be in the next year or two the business has shut down and nothing is happening, or the truck is parked there without any assistance. And also someone that is going to bring access to the market for the business, because that is very important. You cannot rely on that one contract, on those two contracts, because what we have also noticed that things change in this industry within a short space of time. The contract that you had yesterday might not be valuable today. So those are the kind of assistance that we give to the entrepreneur.
Okay, and then do you have anyone in mind or any case study in mind that you can share that there's this guy we helped in Eastern Cape or in Grahamstown, we took him from here, he's now here. Is there any story related to the industry?
Okay, there's quite a few, but not at the level that we want to be at. One under my fund that I manage, the Youth Challenge Fund, is within the mining space. We came in, he was a worker at the mine in one of the logistics space, came in and applied with us. We gave him 3 trucks. He's still currently doing well on his side. And then there was someone that is already in the industry in the Northern Cape. It's a woman. She was also a youth. I don't want to make say names because people don't want the information to be shared.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also there are a few here that I saw in the exhibition room that we assisted. So we do assist. We don't assist our friends. We do assist existing businesses.
Okay. Absa, how do you separate the jockey from the horse?
Well, letting into that Mamelodi case study, if you look at this micro, small, medium, what is stopping that medium, small company standing surety of a driver who's doing well in its own business when he's supposed to grow? So I'm working for you, you are worth 30 million and I think I can go on my own. Why don't you support your own driver? That's where the wellness comes in. It starts within that business. So if I would be more comfortable if I also got a reference letter from that business saying, I have Mr. X, he's been a driver for 20 years. It's no longer about driving. He understands operations. He saved me fuel here and here. And I'm willing to stand surety for him. Give him 2 trucks, ups. I think our credit department would say yes to that. But yeah, that's how I would separate it. Because the CV comes in. And let's be honest, how do I verify the CV? CV is not entrepreneurial skills. So that's for me, I don't tend to look at the CV. I want people who will say, I've been in business with this person, and the SLA is sitting at 85%. Yeah, that's how I'd go about it in terms of supporting that.
No. Thank you very much, guys. You can give them a round of applause. They are here. If you want to continue engaging them, you can do so freely. Thank you very much.
Moss, there are gifts for you after you have just stand on the stage. They are speaking on behalf of your money. Are you aware? It is your money that they are using and trying to manage. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this will be going around and I'm going to request that you may please register if you haven't registered. Just scan it. It's also on that side, and register if you haven't done that. What a panel discussion, right? And there were a couple of things that I really thought that if you may allow me just for us to labor this conversation just for 2 more questions, is that all right? Can we agree? One of the things I wanted to find out is what is the role of OEM financing? Because what I have found is a number of small SMEs do go to the OEMs with a contract, and some of them can get a bakkie or two, a truck. And the OEMs will not necessarily go through what the contract, the way, and that Tsidiso showed us around how to go about contract financing. They would not necessarily go through certain things within that contract. And some SMEs then get a truck, and then only for the contract to change, and then the OEM comes and takes back the truck. So is there anybody in the room that has faced that, so that we do not just give all this responsibility to the banks, but OEMs are also starting financing departments, not only starting, they do have them, and are financing entrepreneurs in the space. Has anybody gonna face that in their journey? Who's received financing from their OEM? No one. Voice is saying yes. Who as well? Yeah, no, I'm not gonna come back. All right then, so I think it's something maybe to be explored. I would have loved to hear what you have to say, because it speaks to Mos's point when he was saying that it's important that we have your Scanias, your Volvos, your Isuzus, all these OEMs in the room, because they do play a role. And we also realized, I don't know if you followed the story of Hendrik van Wyk, that filed for business rescue, and also Isuza that filed for business rescue. And these are huge businesses. And they were literally helped because the OEM came to the table. And there are different suppliers and the different creditors. But also one thing that I wanted us maybe to explore around alternative financing is, if the banks have highlighted this industry as high risk, it speaks to the fact that we need to think about alternative financing or investment from VCs, venture capitals, because a VC is the one that can absorb high risk. A bank can't absorb high risk. And oftentimes when we are together like this, we focus only on the banks, and we focus only on, your CFDAs. And we're forgetting that the industry, even just entrepreneurship, South Africa does not have a vibrant, dynamic environment of venture capital. That's why the example that you have made about a young startup, they would not necessarily get the support that they need, because as a country, our ecosystem is not vibrant with venture capital that can absorb that risk. So the risk that the scenario you are painting, in reality, no bank will probably support that small and medium or that aspiring entrepreneur. And it's something that I just thought that it would be nice if any of you in the room, because I know that Hendrik van Wyk was also supported by an investor. They don't mention the investor's name, and you'll find it some venture capital somewhere, somebody with millions of money that is willing to absorb that risk and understands the terms. So if any of you in the room, I know Frederick yesterday said that he self-funded his trucks. Has anyone in the room received funding outside banks, outside CFDA, and it was a venture capital fund that said, we will back you up? No one. Yes, sir.
I am doing research in financing small, medium enterprises, and looking at alternative sources of funding, primarily because of the challenges SMMEs are facing with the traditional funding institutions, and the prohibitive developmental tick boxes of DFIs.
developmental financing institutions. So there are alternatives, definitely. Venture capitalists are part of those. Different funds, they are also part of those. But studies show that across the world and primarily in South Africa, the reason why we have such a huge funding gap for SMMEs that runs to almost 300 billion rands. Some they say dollars, but everybody else is thumb sucking. It is because of the persistent requirement for collateral. Now, you know, if you're going to finance a rig of 3 million rands and you don't even own a house of 1 million rands, and a bank, knowing exactly who you are, they want collateral, it just shows how slowly they are evolving. And the inability to do financial engineering and financial structuring that matches specific industries. So with OEMs, most of them who are doing these things here, they do leasing, where to assist SMMEs, they use a very attractive residual values. Pretty much a third of Witbank, the trucks there are financed through OEMs funding. And they are also on a quote-unquote lease with an option to buy. And also what that does, it improves your cash flow because as a new entrant, you don't have to own an asset at the beginning. Just lease it from them, and as things are changing, you can also take it over. But I think maybe in a conference like this, the biggest challenge of collateral is where we find banks with serious negotiating power and influence. They do not approach manufacturers that you are working with. They don't approach them to say, why don't you give us guarantees for us to be able to assist? Because as a young man from Mamelodi goes there and he is renting in a back room, there's nothing to take from that guy. But if the bank starts to work with the industry players and put something in place, including the seeders or seed fast, where they can guarantee the collateral, and also they can collateralize the contract. So they don't look at you, they look past you. The city of Johannesburg, the funding there of over R1 billion is not based on the business's balance sheet. We structured it in such a way as to collateralize the contract, where the entrepreneur or the business owner didn't have to put a cent to have access to R1 billion. And sometimes I feel that the banks, they are lazy in thinking about how to go above the call of duty, with all due respect. Yeah, so thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much for giving that. I'll give the lady another hand, and we'll have you another hand, and then we'll close it. I think we would have labored it enough. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. I'm the regional manager for Africa Business Leadership Institute, and I would like to say we are running an accelerator program which kicks off on the 31st of July, and we have partnered with venture capitalists from the US, and it turns to benefit only women. So I would like to take this opportunity to call on all MSMEs, women who are investor ready, to apply. Demo day will be on the 19th of November, and we will have the venture capitalists in South Africa ready to fund women entrepreneurs. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Great intervention. But the highlight, investor ready. That investor ready is interpreted so differently to everyone. I'm just very real because I'm an entrepreneur. So I like breaking down things. And as much as we're having this very vibrant conversation, we live in a country that is not entrepreneur conducive. That is one of our biggest stumbling block. And if the C-BRTA or any other platform intervention can cultivate an environment that celebrates entrepreneurship, not tenderpreneurship, entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is about proper value adding. Proper value adding. And one of our biggest stumbling blocks, all of us here that are entrepreneurs, is because our environment, South Africa as it stands, is not entrepreneur conducive. It's hustler conducive. It's tenderpreneur very conducive, but not real entrepreneurship. So that is, then we will have the board member, and then I'll move to the next interactive session. He's this side. It's the gentleman in the blue jacket.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I think I would agree with Tsidiso there, but also to add that at least we should take comfort from the fact that the CEO of ABSA now is Kenny Fisher, who's got a progressive thinking because he comes from a progressive background. So the stories about Mamelodi person, he would understand and appreciate it better. But I think the DM yesterday was trying to draw to our attention the fact that some of these things have been interpreted. We know what are the challenges. And our attitude, both yesterday and today, should be about how do we resolve these things. So I think concretely one of the things I would say, because as C-BRTA, we also have a responsibility to contribute to the broader transformation trajectory of our country. The information that was shared yesterday, and I think the study was referred to as World Bank or IMF study, where it was saying in the next 10 or 15 years, the projection was that the sector that is going to contribute to job creation is the SMME. So there has to be an intentional and deliberate action from ourselves to make sure that that is realized. And we cannot ensure that if we continue reinterpreting the challenge when we know what the challenge is. So, like one great thinker said, that it always seems impossible until it is done. So I think one thing that needs to be said as one of the resolutions of this conference is that we are going to approach ABSA at the highest level, because I see the gentleman there, Bernard.
Yes.
No, it's not Bernard, from ABSA.
It's Bernard,
Oh,
Mr.
yes,
Vilagazi.
it's Bernard. He takes instruction, and sometimes it is difficult to move out of the framework that is already there. So I think one of the resolutions should be that we should have that conversation at the highest level, so that we are able to tell the highest level about that story of Mamelodi, where a person has been working in the industry, decides to quit, but now wants to start a business. What is the trajectory for that person? So I think one of the resolutions is that one. I know yesterday also when the DM was interacting with the exhibition that side, when he spoke to ABSA, he was also interested in taking further a discussion with them. I think it was more along the lines of taxis, because I know the argument from the minister is that when you buy a taxi, you pay 28,000, but what you generate monthly is 16,000. So there is that gap. That's why they are fighting for the routes and so on and so forth. But that was the context for the DM yesterday. But I think the context of the conference today, it's about having that high-level discussion with Kenny Fisher and say, as this sector, we know what the challenges are, but we think that you can contribute in improving this sector by doing the following. Change some of your criteria, like Sidiso was saying, the collaterals and all those things. I mean, if you are living in a back room, that can be a collateral. So, Chair, I think I just want to even drive you towards that intentional approach on what are the things that we need to do to change the industry. Even the sector, it's a government entity. Pakistan minister always talk about blended financing, blah, 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 blah. So we need to bring together all these institutions.
I agree with you.
Have an interaction with them, because we are also in government. Have an interaction with them and say, you need a tailor-made solution for this particular sector of transport. And these are the proposals that we are making as this sector and so forth. So
I'm in complete
that's the
agreement.
contribution I wanted to make,
Thank
Chair,
you.
in taking this process forward, because I'm worried that we kept on reinterpreting what we already know.
I'm in agreement with you, and you'll be happy to know that I'm in that conversation with EPSA already. And they have supported a number of the SMEs that attend my conference, so it will be nice that you come on board to see further what you can contribute. We are in complete agreement. So with that, we will move into the interactive session, which is government policies and support for MSMEs. And I'm going to ask, because there are three presenters, may I ask that we allow them to present. After they've presented, they can come then on stage, and then I can facilitate the Q&As. Is that all right? Instead of after they present, you ask questions. So, and it could be as vibrant and as dynamic as the previous one. So we will start with our representatives from South African Revenue Services, from SARS. Are you ready with your presentation? There he is. Thank you very much. Are you going to be, oh, there we go. Here is your clicker. Let's give him a round of applause.
Oh, testing. Good morning, everyone. Can I get that again? Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Yes. First of all, thank you for having us here. Program Director, I would like to thank you for the opportunity. Before I start, I'm just going to introduce myself. My name is Mark Rogers. I'm from the local SARS here in Port Elizabeth. I've been with SARS for almost 23 years. So I've been around in SARS in different departments. But enough about that, about me. I think we all know what SARS do. The previous panel was telling you how to get funding, and now I'm going to tell you how I'm going to take that money from you. But yeah, with all jokes aside, before I start, I think our commissioner will always talk about voluntary compliance. When I grew up as a little boy or a youngster, I always used to hear my dad or my parents would talk about, they says, one institution that you never mess with, and that is South African Revenue Services. Because if they come for you, they take everything that you have. You know, and I grew up with that in my mind, that SARS is this monster, right? But I think as time came and when I started working for the institution, I think with our commissioners that we had, they tried to change that narrative or that idea that SARS is this big monster that just want to take your money. So the approach was different, and if I'm talking about that, is that we have a more friendly approach now. When I say that, it's also that we want to meet all the MSMEs halfway and see how can we assist to get you to be compliant. Because voluntary compliance or compliance is very, very, very important. And before I start, I would just like to, my presentation, I'm not really going to go because this presentation that I prepared here is quite lengthy and I'm limited with time. I want to touch on our strategic objectives as to where we are and what we want to achieve. And we can all agree that SARS plays a critical role in the function of our country. Its main purpose is obviously to collect some taxes or the revenue due in order to fund public services and support economic growth. To achieve this, we have definitely looked at some of our objectives. The first one I want to talk about is then we aim to increase our voluntary compliance. And this simply means that more people or businesses are willing to register or file their taxes on time. I refer to, yesterday I was talking about to someone there at the back, is that SARS is what we call a compliance model. And that has got 3 pillars that we need to look at. And one of them being a service that SARS is providing a service to the citizens. The second one is education. And when I say education, it is that we can all agree that knowledge/information is key. And that can assist you to run your business better. And the third one is the enforcement part. And that's a part where we don't want to get to. All right, so before we get to the enforcement part, we will try to assist and try to prevent that part. So when we get to the enforcement part, I made a joke yesterday with a colleague and said that this is now where we come for your house and your wife and your dog. And if you have a small house as well, we come for that as well. So before we get to that part, we want to try to assist you and to do what is due or need to pay that. Our second one would be our strategic objectives, and this is information that is always available on our website. We're also trying to modernize our systems and focus on our systems and our processes. Yesterday was discussed with one of our colleagues, our leads, of the programs that we have at SARS for MSMEs, there where we can assist, especially with the cross-border as well, a program that I will just mention now when I get to that part, and the benefits of that. So it's very important that we always continuously try to improve our system to make things seamless. We don't want you to say, we know that time is money, and we want to assist and see where you can sit at any given place and that the systems are seamless, that you are able to be compliant and submit whatever is due to SARS. So with that being said, is that SARS also try to then obviously upskill our workforce in order to assist people or the MSMEs to do that. It is critical that we need to understand that you need to be compliant at the end of the day. And when I look at our presentation later on, you will see that the question may ask, how do we support as SARS our small business out there? Number one is that they've developed incentives, one of them being there's a specialized rate for if your turnover is less than 20 million rand. Then you qualify for a special rate when you do your taxes. If you have a company, a normal company, your tax rate is currently at 27%, right? That's what you are taxed on your profits. But if you were a small business and qualify for that criteria, which is if your turnover is less than 20 million, your first 95,000 profit is tax-free compared to that, right? If you start a business and your turnover is less than 1 million rand, your first 335,000 turnover is tax-free. And that's what my colleague mentioned yesterday about turnover tax. From 335 to 550, I think you only pay 1% of your turnover for everything above 335. So if you need to do a comparison on that, you'll find if you do register for turnover tax, if you start a business and your turnover is less than 1 million, you'll only pay 1% of your turnover if it's more than 335,000, right? So if you work out that, yes, I've got a comparison there. It's almost like the study that we did, 2,000 rand compared to 115,000 if you're a normal company. So would you rather pay the 115,000 or 2,000 rand? So those are the programs that's available, not the programs, but incentives that's available from SARS to assist and support small businesses. We will have a stall at the back if you want to come have a chat there with us as well, if you want to go in more details of that. So those are some of the incentives that SARS do have in place to assist our small businesses, and obviously trying for them to start, when they start up businesses to assist where possible. My colleague also mentioned yesterday, one of the key things that we need to look at, if you're running a loss, especially when you start up a business, it is key that you do declare that to SARS. It will refer to as assessed loss. So they will keep that loss on a system where you actually, when you do have a profit, they will first write off those assessed losses before they tax you on that. So it's very important when you do declare your income to SARS. And we will talk about record keeping just in a moment, because like I said, I'm very limited with time. The importance of record keeping is then when you do declare to SARS, and when I said earlier also, I mentioned something about our third-party data or our modernization of our systems. So SARS do rely a lot on third-party data. I can tell you so many stories over the years that I've picked up where people didn't declare honestly. And when SARS do pick up that there's discrepancies, they can charge you up to 200% penalties on that. And trust me, that's not worth it. All right. That can crumble businesses. I've seen it. I've experienced it. I've had numerous phone calls, people asking me, what do I do in a scenario? And when you look into the matters where people under-declared income, for instance. So it's very important then when you do your declaration to SARS that you do it honestly. So those are some of the incentives. Like I said, I'm not really going to go into the presentation. I will tell you what we can also do in future. Yesterday I was talking about collaborations as well. SARS do have programs. Currently we're running a program with our local Nelson Mandela Business Chambers, where we do have a range of workshops for entrepreneurs, from income tax to VAT to pay-as-you-earn, from customs and excise, how to register, e-filing, all those type of things. So we do have programs in place that we assist SMMEs or MSMEs to take you through this journey. A lot of people say, yes, but I do have a bookkeeper that can assist me with my financials. But it's also imperative important that you know what's happening. Just to give you a story that we've done with one of the programs in one of our Tsitsikamma areas is where when we were finished with the program that we'd done after 4 days, it was discovered that the bookkeeper that assisted these small businesses was actually pocketing money from their businesses. And at that moment, they realized, they said that, but according to my income, I was only supposed to pay 5,000 Rand. Why am I paying 28,000 Rand a month? So you can understand the key as when we do these things, or when we engage on platforms like these, or where you invite us to come and have workshops with SMMEs. I mean, and this is nationally. So you can just engage with us and we can arrange things like that where we can do education workshops with you, where we cover different taxes. So it was discovered that the bookkeeper, in fact, was because the lack of knowledge, if I put it that way. Right, so it was discovered and they had to go back to these bookkeepers and actually said, but guys, you are robbing us. Why are you paying 28,000 instead of 5,000 Rand? Right, so it's important that we also gain knowledge and information. Like I said earlier, it's key when we do that. Just before I finish, I just want to, yesterday in the panel discussion, it was mentioned from one of my colleagues, especially when it comes to the cross-border with this program. One of the questions that was raised is say that We do struggle when we get to the borders. We stand in queues and lines for days, and I think it's Voice, no? Voice? Yeah, was saying the stuff got seared in the back, you know. So it was mentioned that there is a program currently that is run by our customs department, as referred to as AEO, which is Authorized Economic Operator. So I would invite you, if you are definitely doing the cross-border, that you do visit our website and get more information on that. Just some highlights on what that is entails. It's basically a program that designed to grant compliant tax base. Number one, you need to be compliant, all right, in order to benefit from this treatment. And what this treatment does is that there are different levels of it. If you're looking at compliance, at least 3 years of compliance with custom legislation, all right, to benefit from this. You must have a computer and accounting system in place, and then also custom knowledge on certain things, and financial reliability, like audited statements, all right? And then you obviously have no outstanding penalties or amounts with SARS. What are the benefits for this? It's a reduced security deposit, so that means it's fewer routine inspections that you can then have, and priority handling and tariffs valuation queries and detained shipments as well. And the nice thing about that is, if you're part of that program, you get assigned a customs relations manager. So there's someone that you physically deal with and not a call center, for instance. All right, so if you have any issues, you can contact that person directly, and that person will be able to sort out your issues on that. All right. Yeah, so those are just some of the benefits that you will definitely get there. So you're looking at few inspections. As priority, whenever you get there, you will get priority treatment, obviously. And then, like I said, the customs relations, if there should be any issues on that one. So I invite you to get more information on our website. It's available. It's called the AEO program, right? So, but the most important thing about that is the compliance issue. All right, so we always try to make things that you are compliant and that you pay your taxes on time. Before I go, I would just like to touch on the record keeping part. It's very important that you keep records. I think my colleague here, or my colleague Doc yesterday also mentioned on this. And I'm going to say this as well. When you do keep records, please, and I urge with you, please keep your own set of records. All right, it's very important. And just another story to share with you, and this happened last year. In fact, one night, one morning at 2:30, somebody called me one day and said, 2:30 in the morning. And he was ballistic, and he's like, it's a good friend of mine, he's like, what's happening? SARS cleared my account. Literally. I think they took 300 and something thousand. I think he went to bathroom, and you know, as you go bathroom, check your phone, and FNB, there's zeros. All right. So he called me 3:30 or 2:30 or 3. I woke up and what's happening? I answered the call, think it's emergency. And anyway, I said to him, there's nothing I can do now, 2:30 in the morning. When I get to the office, I'll check what's happening. But what happened is that SARS requested supporting documents for a specific expense or expenses that incurred for that specific tax year. And he didn't have with him because his supporting documents was with his accountant. And the accountant was in New Zealand visiting his newly born grandchild on that side. So he couldn't supply SARS with that information. So what happened, SARS disallowed those expenses that he claimed, and obviously taxed him on the full turnover, resulting that he's owing SARS a few rand now, a couple of 100,000. He's got the expenses, he got approved, but he doesn't have it in his possession. So SARS reversed those things, and they assessed him or disallowed expenses and taxed him according to his turnover, resulting in owe money. Eventually, trying a couple of times, we got to the enforcement part, and they approached the bank and they cleared his account. He eventually got the money back 8 months later. But that crumbled his business. He's still struggling today to get on his feet, and it's almost a year later. Right. If he had his own set of records, he could have avoided that. Right, so I just wanted to put some emphasis on that. So if you do have records or keep records, keep your own set of records. Because if your, God forbid, if your accountant, your bookkeeper pass away tomorrow, you won't have access to those documents. All right, so you need to have your own set of records. So it's very important. And at any given time, the legal requirement is that you keep it for 5 years, that you have those records for 5 years in place. So at any given time, SARS can ask for supporting documents of any kind. All right. And in conclusion, what I'll do, I just want to mention our digital channels that's available, e-filing being one of them. We also have a dedicated YouTube channel, SARS YouTube channel. There's webinars, there's discussions on the various topics on the even how-to videos, they call it how-to videos, step-by-step guides where they give you videos on the, but please visit that. It's very informative, especially when you struggle with the call center, you want to update your bank details, you don't know how to do it on e-filing. You can simply go to YouTube and it will give you a video, a nice video, and a step-by-step guide for that and how to update those details there. Even with our customs as well, they also have a dedicated, and on our website, we have a dedicated page for customs and for small businesses as well, where you'll find all the necessary forms that you need to have and all the due dates that need to be submitted. So in conclusion, please come and see me at the back when we're there. If you want to have any questions regarding any assessments or queries that you might have, you're more than welcome to visit our table there. And please come and share your information as well. So invite us when you have platforms where we can actually share information with our small businesses. Like I said, we want to have collaborations. We want to have partnerships like we have with our current business chambers here in PE, where there's a success rate on that one because they invited us back now for the 3rd year. So it must be working. All right, so if you have platforms like that, even if you're from other provinces, we will share that information with our colleagues on that side so that you can collaborate with them and have that information. Thank you so much for your time. If you have any other questions, I'll be available. Okay, thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Mihlali Gada, and I come from the Department of Transport. I had freight logistics, but today I'll be talking about opportunities for MSMEs. I still belong to the SMME crew, the same as I belong to the Standard 1 until, Sub A until Standard 10 crew. I want to thank C-BRTA for this opportunity and for organizing the conference under the theme Unlocking the Potential of MSMEs. My role today is going to be very simplistic. It's going to be telling you what the Department of Transport obligation is, what the mandate is, what we're currently doing, and the projection of future relations that we'd like to have with MSMEs. Now, we are the shareholder. C-BRTA does report to the Department of Transport, and our major responsibility as a department is policy formulation, and the actual implementation is done by the agencies that fall under the Department of Transport, but also with the intergovernmental relations. Provinces have got their own obligations because transport is a concurrent function between the 3 spheres of government. So both municipalities and provinces have certain delineation and responsibilities when it comes to governance and implementation of transport policies. Now, I just want to, before I get into the actual presentation, give a contextual undertaking of where we get our obligation from as a
department. Number one, we form part of what we call the Millennial Development Goals, which have been established by the AU in 2000 in the Millennial Declaration that we undertook. Now, those MGD goals kind of tell us, as countries all over the world, and that's just countries, but also Africa and the diaspora, as well as other countries, what our responsibilities are in terms of transformation. Infrastructure development as well as entrepreneurship development forms part of that. The secondary element are the 7 priorities that we have in the National Development Plan, which has been established by the 6th administration, and we are now currently in the process of developing the growth development strategy of the 7th administration. Now, the 7th administration has got 3 major priorities. I'm just going to heighten the one that's relevant to this space, and that is inclusive growth and job creation. And part of the major responsibilities of ensuring and heightening the responsibilities of entrepreneurs is exactly that, economic growth as well as job creation. When we look at the responsibility of MSMEs is to, one, heighten the role of individuals in the economy, ensure that there's economic growth and prosperity, but as well as job creation. So all of us have got an eager responsibility, particularly as a government, to ensure that this happens quite fervently. Now, my presentation, as you can see, I don't know where you press. Usually I have people doing this for me, so this is quite unique. Thank you. I'm just seeing the cursor. I'm not. Thank you so much. I won't go through the contents of the presentation, as you will see as we go, so we can go straight to the second one. Yeah, man, this is how I usually operate. Thank you. Thank you, Program Director. So the introduction is as follows. We know that in South Africa, we come from the history that we come from. There's no need for us to go there. We all know. We've lived it. We have people that have lived it, for those of us who were younger and born after apartheid. But a broad-based economic empowerment, which is BBBEE, is a key policy instrument in South Africa to ensure that we equalize or create an equilibrium so that we undo what has been done in the past. So according to the recent reports by the Transport Charter Council and the Department of Transport, the ownership, black ownership in transport-related businesses, specifically on road freight, logistics, and the taxi industry, has shown steady growth. So we do have some good things to celebrate, with over 60% black-owned ownership in small and emerging enterprises. The management control, there is a noticeable increase in the black representation in the middle and senior management levels, although the sector still lags in terms of female and as well as people with disabilities. The enterprise and supply development, which is the ESD, the major players in logistics, rail, freight, have increased their spend when it comes to black-owned companies, which is SMMEs or MSMEs, as we now call them. The skills development, transport entities, especially state-owned companies like Transnet and PRASA, have allocated significant budgets for their tuitions as well as educating some of the small enterprises, SMMEs. Now, what challenges do we have? And we're going to look at the challenges and the proposed solutions from the department. The current labor absorption of SMMEs in the country is about 40%, and it's the lowest in the BRICS companies. So what we do when we're having presentations like this, or when we want to give some form of undertaking of where we are, we look at the BRICS companies because those are our major trading partners. The SMME contribution GDP is at 45%, which is amongst the lowest in the world. So as much as we are increasing in terms of what we're doing with SMMEs, but when we're comparatively looking at the progress that is being made by BRICS countries as well as those countries that are in the same economic stability and developing countries in particular, we are not where we should be. So clearly our SMMEs are underperforming, and this is quite important for us to note. Now, what are the constraining factors that impede this growth? Now, the capacity of SMMEs to provide quality goods and services is not as strong as we'd like it to be. So we're looking at the quality of the provision of the goods of the SMMEs in South Africa, and it is not in line with some of the developing countries. The lack of access and financing, I know EPSA was applauding themselves about what they do, but generally the financing industry, being the fastest growing industry and sector in South Africa, is not doing sufficient enough for SMME growth in the country. and the lack of access to the markets, and there are barriers to these, and we'll discuss the barriers as we continue with the conversation. Some of the proposed solutions, and you will see when we continue with the presentation, I'll give more of those. Entrepreneurial fund, that's something that needs to be looked into. We do have a lot of those. I know we were looking at some of the funds that are currently existing, but government also has plans because we do have a department that actually is concentrated on SMME funding. And some of those funds are not being undertaken or taken up rather by young people, women, and people with disabilities. We are lagging behind. We're sitting at 0.1% when it comes to people with disabilities owning SMMEs or being part of the formulation of SMMEs. Supply chain optimization, linkages and network portal. We don't have a database in the country of who are the SMMEs. And some of this data needs to come from the Department of Labor. And these corporations that we need will come from organizations and conferences like these, where we actually have a denoted understanding who are the SMMEs in the different sectors, in agriculture, in transportation, in communication, and in other spaces as well. So that database will assist us in terms of understanding what the requirements are, where they are in terms of location, geographically, and otherwise. The SA economy and the impact, I'm going to go through very fast with this one. So the total factor productivity has grown negatively since 2015. It then took a bigger dive because of COVID. So what we look at now, we're looking at economic projection, we look at the post-COVID economic projection. It has not been what we want it to be. Now, what is holding the growth back in South Africa? And there's three primary areas, and it's not exhaustive to these issues. One is reform implementation has been too slow to address the structural constraints of growth. Now, we know that we have two major crises in the country. One is electricity, and the second is logistics. Logistics fits fairly within the spectrum of transportation. So those are the two crises which impede our ability to ensure that the structural growth in the country. The second one is regulatory barriers, which remain quite high, and many sectors are over-regulated. Now, this one is a bit tricky. There are sectors that are over-regulated, and then there are sectors that are under or limitedly regulated. Road, for example, is under-regulated or limitedly regulated. A typical example, we don't have a database in the country or a space where anyone who wants to be a truck driver wants to move commodities either domestically or internationally, with the exception of C-BRTA, where they actually have to register. But there is no place with road where you have to go and register saying that this is Mihlali Consortium, I'm moving peanut butter from the Eastern Cape to PE, and this is the route I'm taking, these are the tonnages. We don't have that. So we do have sectors that are limitedly regulated, and then we have those that are over-regulated. The third one is that as a result, there's an urgent need to change the structure of the economy to address these mismatches and put the economy on a high trajectory of production. We also have monopolies in the country when it comes to most of the modes that we have. Now, this is just to give you a typical example, and I think I raised this issue when I was speaking to ABSA, that we have industries, next slide, industries that are continuing to grow. One of them is finance and real estate. So the financing services is continuing to grow. But the irony is that it's continuing to grow, so people are buying houses, they're buying trucks, they're buying everything, luxury goods, whatever it is that you want to buy. But the economy is stagnating. Like I said earlier on, we contracted 1.7% in the last quarter. And this is almost getting us to pre-COVID contractions. The best case scenario that we had was in the third quarter of last year. You'll see in the next slides, where we actually went up by 0.2%, nothing to celebrate. So the finance industry is going up, and yet the economy is going down. Jobs are going down. So there is definitely a mismatch as to what exactly is happening in the economy. We need explanation for these things. Transport is standing at 7.4%, and it's not only transport, it's transport, communication, and meteorology. Yesterday, we spoke about the SADC protocol on transport, communication, and meteorology. So when we have to scale down that 7%, we need to divide that 7% into communication as well. And communication is actually going up because of the technological advancements. So we could be standing at about 4%. I'm not a statistician by any chance, but truly we are stagnant and we are moving down. So we need to do and have more innovative and progressive, dynamic ways of ensuring that transport evolves and it takes its rightful place in the economy. Next slide. This is what I just spoke about. If you look at the last red there, that's our contraction in the last quarter. So the only time we had growth was last year, 2024, in the third quarter, it was 0.2%, nothing to celebrate. We are actually almost moving back to pre-COVID or during COVID statistics. And that is not what we want to get to. But I need to understand the entire ecosystem, that as much as there's contraction, where is a contraction at? And transport is one of the industries that is not doing very well. And we are relying and looking at SMMEs to try to give bigger projection and to ensure that the economy grows in those instances. This is just official unemployment rates. I mean, we had the pleasure of having the statistician general last week when we went to the government's growth development strategy workshop. And the picture is grim, and it's getting grimmer by the day. So the official unemployment rate, and let's leave what Capitec says, because it still needs to be taken through the sausage machine. So let's go with what Stats SA tells us for now. They've told us that they're having conversations with Capitec, so we'll leave it to them. So the official unemployment rate has increased by 1%, right, to 32.9, and this is in the first quarter. And the first quarter, starts from April to June. So we are literally we've just entered the second quarter. Now 1% may seem like a small percentage, but it's 1% of what? It's 1% of 41.7 million. Or well, it is now 41.7 million. So whatever that 1% is, you can subtract that. My maths was standard grade. So you will take and then you will do your own mathematical calculations when I conclude. But we are standing at 63.4 million people in the country. And out of that 63.4 million country, we've got 41.7 people that are of workable age. And this is between 14 and 64. Right? People that can actually work and produce economically. Now, out of that, we have 16.8 million people that are employed. And then we've got 8.2 million that are unemployed. Now, the most staggering and heart-wrenching statistics are that we have 13.2 million people that are despondent, that have stopped looking for jobs. And this emanates from the fact that there are no jobs, or they've looked so much and so hard and so far, they've cast their net as far as possible, and it is not coming. So we're looking upon sectors like transport to see what percentage of this, now it's both 8.2 million unemployed and the 13.2 million that are not employed. One of the other statistics that I've not showed here is that we also have a growing informal sector, because transport has also become very informal, specifically when we're looking at road transportation. And the informal element is because there is no place where you need to go and register. So I can buy a truck tomorrow and I can move whatever I want to move with not having to qualify what I'm moving, what roads I'm moving, which makes it difficult for us as government to both invest and to plan for the future. And that is why our road network is deteriorating the way it is. And also we have the challenges that we have with Transnet and the rail sector because of that logistics crisis that we have in the country. It's a grim picture, but we are doing something about it. I just wanted to create a context so that we know where we are and what responsibility the transport sector has, because it is an enabling industry. Transport sector moves the economy, and we need to understand that our role is very critical, because when, for an example, trucks make a decision, or truck drivers or truck unions make a decision to turn around a truck on the N3, the whole economy stops. So we have to understand the importance of transport, and that we're not just stepchildren in the economic cluster, but we're actually the drivers of the economy, and our responsibility as government is the creation of that enabling environment for transport and for the industry to thrive. Next, the barriers to entry into the transport sector. The lack of access to businesses. I always get scolded for this, but I like to speak facts. Transport, particularly the road, continues to be a white boys club. That's one of the problems that we have. Transformation has not gotten to a point where we want. When I was asking the question I was asking with EBSA is that we continue to have, black people, young people coming to the transport sector, but there's no due diligence that is being done. These people are losing their houses, their cars on a daily basis. They are actually worse off when they end in the transport industry than when they started. It is not welcoming. We have contracts that are already so locked in and so closed off that it continues to be a barrier to the industry. It's tough talk, but sometimes for us to get a clear understanding so that we can determine what needs to be done, we need to be clear on what's what and how we can actually ensure that these barriers to the entry are no longer a problem for us. We spoke earlier on about the importance of the National Post Authority, which is heavily monopolized monopolized. So the monopolies in some of the transport areas continues to be a problem. That's why we're looking at ensuring that there's private sector involvement and entrance, particularly in rail as well as in ports. The high capital costs don't do us any favor. The complex regulations, which is over and under regulation, I've spoken to. The monopolies, where you find that Transnet is a player and a referee, and we are now righting the wrongs because we're now ensuring that there is entrance into that market. The dominance of the incumbents, limited access to financing, the lack of skills, because we do think that we can just become transporters without the requisite skills, the requisite knowledge. The safety and the safety concerns that we have just on the road. The safety is a problem. We're currently running a program where we're trying to have more women truck drivers in the country. It's beautiful to say, but where are they going to sleep? What truck stops are they going to be stopping at? So it's a whole ecosystem rather, that we need to look at. It's not just about the entrance and giving these privileges, but you need to look at the other exterior factors. We heard from Mr. Val yesterday that there are problems when people cross the borders, that they need to bribe the police. He called it cold drink money. Just so imagine women truck drivers being in that situation where they are sleeping on the side of the roads, their trucks cannot move. You know, women don't necessarily have, and I'm not being sexist here, I'm a woman myself, but we don't have that aggression that might be required when you are on the truck, when you have to do certain things, you know. This happens not only when you cross the borders, but also internally in the country. We have cases in KZN on the N3 where their trucks are being stopped, you know, they're being looted, and et cetera, et cetera. So the whole ecosystem needs to be in a space or in a place where we can have authority over it as department. Now, what are the legislative prerogatives that we as a department has? Lack of compliance and high tax. The gentleman from SARS, we understand and respect your responsibility, but tax is high. It's a barrier to entry in the industry. The tax is high, it's a barrier to entry for people who want to come and invest in the country. So those are considerations that need to be made, so that when we consider the possibilities of rebates, these are the conversations that we need to have with the strategic people like SARS in the room. And this is why this conference is so important to us. Now, what gives us a legislative prerogative as a department to kind of define and determine what needs to be done and to create the enabling environment for transport to thrive? The Constitution tells us that we need to provide for a development of policies that would advance personal privileges for disadvantaged people. So it's redoing, basically, what has been done in the past. The BBBE Act, Act 53 of 2005, as amended, provides legislative framework for the promotion of broad-based economic empowerment. That's the BBBE. And then Section 9.5 of the BBBE Act gives the Minister of Transport, as well as the Trade and Industry Competition now, it used to be DTI, now it's DTIC, the power to gazette the codes of good practice. We're currently in the process of relooking the codes, the transport sector codes that we have, and that's a process that we are now undertaking. Next slide. So this just gives a definitive analysis as to where we are. We do have transport codes that speak to the what the BBBE needs to look like, but we are now relooking at those codes. And this is a continuous job because economy changes. The people that want to enter the market changes. The ecosystem changes. So at every turn, because when you work for government, you know that policies are not static. At every single turn, you need to be considerate of the fact that where are we now as a country? Are we still a developing country? Are we still in a good trajectory of growth so that we either live our codes as they are, or we need to revamp and look where we need to move forward? A contribution to employment, BBBE has several contributing factors to the economy. One is job creation through procurement, the tenderpreneurs that we have. But I liked what the MC said, that we are actually not a country that is conducive for entrepreneurial development. And we need to switch the fold on that. And also we need to consider the fact that we are forcing our can I just say SMME? Please, man, like standard. I'm still struggling with grades. SMMEs, we're forcing them to continue to be in the informal sector on the basis that the barriers to entry are so high that there's no point in them trying to register. Some of them are literally deregistering themselves. Some of them are creating funny things and registering in other provinces where it's not as stringent. Let me also tell you this. Others are registering out of the country, and this is where C-BRTA comes. So people are registering their companies in Zimbabwe, in Botswana, in Mozambique, because our laws don't necessarily then have to be implemented by them when they come into the country. Can you see the kind of mess that we're in? So we need to be really, really vigilant as to, are the barriers, are the policies, is the legislative framework working for us, or is it working against us as a country? And those are considerations that we need to make. We're also losing ground to our neighboring countries. We're losing imports and exports to Mozambique. They are now actually in the process of developing the port of Maputo so that they can take over more. When we had the political mayhem in Maputo, we had over or almost 40 kilometers of lines of trucks that were moving to port of Maputo. When we tried to see if they can turn around and take their commodities to Port of Durban or Port of Richards Bay, they refused. They would rather sit on that line for a good 10 days waiting to export their commodities through Port of Maputo than look at the possibilities of being retained in the country. So we are losing ground. We're losing ground to Namibia. We're losing ground to Botswana now, where commodities are shifting that were usually going up Zimbabwe, they're now shifting to Botswana. So we are in a quagmire and a crisis. So when we say that we have a logistics crisis in the country, we don't just mean Transnet, because people tend to think that it's just rail. It is everything and everywhere. Where we seem to be doing relatively well is the aviation space, because we now have an air freight strategy where we are exporting our high level commodities via the air. Support for SMMEs, BBBE-driven support for SMMEs leads to employment in niche areas such as the courier services, shuttle transport, and cross-border logistics. The Deputy Minister yesterday spoke to the first and the last mile, and the importance for us to understand that logistics is becoming so broad, and technology also has expanded. So we need to consider things like the courier industry, which is becoming quite prominent, especially for the first and last mile. Then a skills development program, that there is an importance or significant for us to also speak to organs like TITA, and I would have hoped that they would have been here. Maybe the next year we can have them here so they can speak to the programs and projects that they run specifically for SMMEs. They have an obligation and the responsibility. But of course, you need to be compliant. You need to be paying that 1% of your capital to TITA for them to be able to assist you. And then we've got youth employment through programs like the National Youth Service and the YES project, and the program that we're also speaking to. The DM also spoke to this yesterday, that there's going to be a need for us to also approach people like the NYDA to ask them, where are young people that want to be in this industry, and what are the barriers that have been created, and what is the responsibility of government? Then we've got the regional and intercontinental relations. South Africa has a number of bilaterals and trilaterals. The DM spoke to this thing, so I'll be very short on this. The C-BRTA is an entity of the DOT, and they've got the responsibility to address the issues of our people and our commodities crossing the border. And SA is a signatory to AFTA. We spoke about this yesterday as well, which is the AU, African Union Free Trade Agreement, where we are trying and hoping to get free trade across the African continent. Now, South Africa, we had touted ourselves as the entry into the African continent. But because of some of the bottlenecks that we're facing, both on the ships, which is maritime, as well as the domestic, which is where the logistics and the rail and road, which is the land surface transportation, we are losing our prestigious listing in Africa. And we're losing it to East Africa, we're losing it to Morocco, we're losing it to Nigeria, which has got free trade, we're losing it to Egypt. So we're losing it to actual people that are not part of BRICS, that want to be part of BRICS. So even our relations with BRICS are becoming a bit draggy, because we are no longer as dominant in terms of being the route that goes into Africa as we'd like to be. And these are things that we need to take into consideration when it's just transport. So this conference is not just about individuals and what you do. I know it's about SMMEs, but it's about the whole ecosystem of ensuring that the economy thrives and it works quite effectively, to ensure that we continue to be the gateway into Africa and that we have seamless movement of transportation across the board. The aim is to facilitate inter-African trade, boost economic growth, and promote competitiveness. Investment into logistics infrastructure. Growth enhancing structural reforms. We have the OV, which is Operation Vulindlela, which is currently in the second phase, which focuses on energy, water, logistics, and obviously visa issues. Let's just concentrate on what we are. So we have currently a focal point. We've established the National Logistics Crisis Committee that speaks to all these issues. It's SMMEs, it's revamping the rail system, it's ensuring the land service transportation works, it's intermodal interfaces, it's ensuring that logistics works in its height. And of course, the concentration I'm doing right now is freight logistics because that's my area of interest. So if we miss this boat of this crisis committee, of the opportunities that have been created because we're in a crisis, we would have missed everything. This is a time for SMMEs to thrive. And no other time after this will be prominent, because once we get things in order, we're going to have to concentrate on other things. You know, we also have a water crisis that is looming. We will not be surprised, all of us, if tomorrow we now have a crisis committee on water because it's becoming a big issue. But I'm saying we need to take advantage of the fact that the entire ecosystem of government has to concentrate on logistics and therefore has to concentrate on transportation and providing opportunities for SMMEs and other players. New reforms will target infrastructure planning and implementation. This is an area where SMMEs can come. Infrastructure development. The government has got, and I'll go on to this later on. Okay, well, it's right here. Remove the regulatory burdens on businesses, like we said. Now, this is what's important. Now we get into the money, what government is currently doing and what money is out there, that we can ensure SMMEs get a little piece of that pie. Of the 402 billion for transport and logistics that has been set out in the current budget for the 7th administration. So the 7th administration is an MTSF period, which is 5 years. Now it's 4 years because we started last year in when were the elections? Or the GNU was formulated in June, I think, yeah. So from June to June was the first year, and now we're already in the second year. So we've got 402 billion for transport and logistics. 93 billion is for SANRAL, which is for maintenance and upgrading and rehabilitation of roads. Now, SMMEs should fit themselves in there. So this is where the money is. Road has got the biggest money. Road has got the biggest allocation. It's both national roads, provincial roads, and municipal roads. And it's rehabilitation, it's maintenance, and in some cases, it's actual starting from scratch, because some of our roads are completely being alienated because we're now moving trucks and commodities that were originally meant for rail, moving them on road. 53.1 billion for the maintenance and refurbishment of provincial roads. That's a provincial one. So you don't only concentrate on the national roads, you can also go to provinces, because I did say earlier on that transport is a concurrent function between the three spheres of government. 63.3 billion is allocated to PRASA, 18.2 billion to rolling stock and fleet renewal program. Yes, and 12.3 billion is provisionally allocated for renewal and signaling. These are the areas where SMMEs should be able to concentrate on, because there is money there. Government has put money there. And we don't only want to employ and empower already existing big companies. This is your time to form JVCs, to be subcontracted, and in areas where you can actually go it alone. This is where the money is, as it were. We need more revenue for the budget facilities for infrastructure, which is the BFI, and PRASA rolling stock fleet. So this is not limited. This is government is saying this is how much we have right now, but we're looking to get more. So these are the opportunities that government has created, and we'd like to see SMMEs take opportunities and advantage of. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Mehlale. I would like to call on the C-BRTA representative. I think the name is Tenjiwe, or... Oh, thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I don't have my program with... Please give her a round of applause. Are you going to need this? So you press this green button. Okay, you just press it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm challenged in terms of height, so I hope you can hear me.
You're going to be fine.
I think, can you hear me? Good afternoon. I'm Tetiwe Magetlane from the C-BRTA. I'm going to be doing a presentation around cross-border road transport regulation. From yesterday, we've been getting presentations around market access. We've been getting presentations around contracts and all of that. So now we are at a point where we have a vehicle. We want to start moving goods across the border. So my presentation is going to be around what are the different requirements that you need to have in order to get a permit now to move freight across the border. In terms of my presentation layout, I'm going to be giving an introduction. On my introduction, I'm going to be touching on a few things that you need to know before you can start doing cross-border road transportation. I'm going to be touching on the regulatory mandate, what are we mandated to do as an agency, the legislative requirements for getting a permit. I'm going to be touching on the new approach that we are going into as the C-BRTA in terms of regulating cross-border road transport industry. We're going to be moving from quantity regulation to quality regulation. I'm going to be touching on what that means and how we'll be implementing it. I'm going to be touching on a few key components that are required in terms of quality regulation, and I'm going to be touching on the C-BRTA SARS partnership. I think throughout this conference we've been talking about collaboration, and as government we need to be collaborating to ensure that we make it easier for MSMEs to move freight across the borders quickly and efficiently. I'm going to be touching on the conceptual design on how we've designed this partnership between ourselves and SARS, and then just a concluding statement. So in terms of the introduction, the C-BRTA is established in terms of the Cross-Border Road Transport Act. And then from that, I think it's important for us to then define what cross-border road transportation is. So the Act defined cross-border road transportation as the movement or the transportation of passengers or freight across the borders into the territory of another state. So this definition is limited to the commercial transportation. So if a person is transporting passengers or transporting freight across the borders using a vehicle, if they're doing it in the course of a business or they're doing it for reward, say if somebody hires a truck to move freight across the border to Mozambique, then that is defined as cross-border road transportation. And doing that, then Section 25 says you need to have a cross-border permit, which is issued by the Cross-Border Road Transport Agency. So if you're driving a truck across the border and the truck is empty, we cannot really classify that as cross-border road transportation because then the truck is empty. But if it's loaded or if the vehicle has passengers in there, then it's cross-border road transport agency. And Section 25 of the Cross-Border Road Transport Act says you need to have a cross-border permit. Section 25 says the Section 25 of the Act says that no person may undertake cross-border road transportation unless that person is a holder of a cross-border road transport permit, which is issued by the Cross-Border Road Transport Agency. Okay. So what is our mandate? So the C-BRTA, as I said, is established in terms of the Cross-Border Road Transport Act. So the Act has 4 different pillars around it, which is the regulation, and I'm going to speak to the mandate in terms of regulation. It also has a pillar in terms of law enforcement, and a pillar in terms of facilitation, and a pillar in terms of advisory. But our presentation today is only limited to the regulatory mandate. So the regulatory mandate says that we are mandated to regulate cross-border road transportation through the issuance of a permit. So if an operator is intending to do cross-border transportation, C-BRTA will then regulate that in terms of issuing a cross-border permit. We are doing that in order to ensure that we improve safety because we can't just let anybody to go and do cross-border road transport if they haven't proven that they have went through a specific criteria that ensures that we promote road safety. We are doing that to also ensure that we promote the reliability of transport operations and also to improve the efficiency of services for operators that are doing cross-border transportation. I'm not going to touch on the owners as such because this part is around transportation of passengers. And I'm assuming from the presentations that we've had, most of the operators that are here are mostly freight operators. But this requirement just says that as you are doing transportation of passengers, you need to prove to the regulatory committee that there's a need for the service. It's in the public interest for the agency to grant that permit, and as an operator, you are able to provide that service. Just on the previous slide, I had a picture of our cross-border app. So as you're applying for cross-border permits, it's now fully digital. You need to go onto our Cross Easy app, or you can go to the website and apply for those permits. What are the legislative requirements? So as I've been saying, the Cross-Border Act is what governs us as the agency. And from Section 27, we find that if an operator is applying for a cross-border permit, there's different requirements that an operator needs to comply with. Just to say that the regulation or the adjudication of cross-border permits, it's done by what we term the regulatory committee. So the Act establishes a regulatory committee that is responsible for adjudicating cross-border permits. So in the course of them adjudicating cross-border permits, these are the requirements that they need to look into or they need to consider. An operator applying for a cross-border permit, they need to comply with the National Road Transport Act, and this act is around the roadworthiness of vehicles. Vehicles that are doing cross-border road transportation needs to be roadworthy. The drivers that are driving these vehicles need to have proper licenses. And also the NRTA is talking about the loading practices, avoiding overloading, and also how you restrain your load as you're doing transportation. Another requirement that is there in terms of Section 27 is around the tax compliance. If you're doing business in South Africa, you need to be tax compliant. And I think my colleague from SARS has already given a background or information in terms of tax compliance. But I think what is also important, especially for the session today, is the regulatory committee's responsibility to ensure that they promote small businesses and historically disadvantaged individuals. So as and when they are adjudicating cross-border permits, the Act requires them to also consider issues of promoting small businesses and historically disadvantaged individuals. Also, once we've granted a permit as an operator, we need to be able to collect information in terms of the number of permits we've issued, what are the different commodities that are being transported across the borders. So the Act requires that operators must submit to us their consignment notes 30 days after they've done their trip. Another important part is law enforcement compliance. When we give an authority, or when the regulatory committee grants an authority in terms of a permit, there's conditions that are attached there. For example, you need to be transporting from this place, it's route specific. So if you're found to be non-compliant in terms of that, or if you're found to be you are overloading or you're speeding, a law enforcement collects records and information in terms of your non-compliance. And when the regulatory committee now considers giving you additional permits, that law enforcement track records will then assist in saying, can we grant or not grant an operator. Section 28 is about passengers, and I think I've already spoken to that. And then with the Cross-Border Road Transport Act, it's also linked to its regulation that tells us how we then implement the Act. So Regulation 2 of the Cross-Border Road Transport Act says that if an operator wants to do cross-border transportation, it needs to be a registered business or an individual. So we need to get some form of identification in terms of an ID if it's an individual, or a company registration document if it's a company that's doing that transportation. I've already spoken to the issue of roadworthiness of vehicles. So Regulation 2 also says that as you're applying for cross-border permits, you need to submit a valid roadworthy certificate. Section 17 speaks about the hearing procedures. So in terms of the hearing procedures, as I said, permit applications are adjudicated by the regulatory committee. So section 17 says how those hearings must be conducted. If the regulatory committee wants to call an operator, say for example, an operator has been found to be consistently non-compliant. For every trip that they're doing, they're found to be overloading, for example, or they're found to be using a wrong border. We've given you to transport freight through Bait Bridge to Zimbabwe as an example, and you've been found to be using Kopfontein through Botswana to Zimbabwe. The regulatory committee can call that operator before them to come and explain why they should not cancel that permit because you're found to be non-compliant. We are transitioning in terms of the way we regulate cross-border road transport industry. We've been regulating in terms of just the numbers and just when you bring supporting documents, we give a permit. So for operators, it's been almost guaranteed, especially for freight operators, that if you come and apply, you will definitely be granted. But now we are moving from that approach of regulation into a more quality-focused regulatory framework where we want to dig deep into each operator's operations just to ensure that there is different safety practices that are involved. We want to ensure a certain level of compliance when we give out these permits. And we are developing, or we've developed a system that will assist us to collect that data in terms of quality regulation standards, which is called the Operator Compliance Accreditation System. So if there's new operators in the room that have made networks and they've gotten opportunities to then start applying the cross-border routes, they will be then expected to comply with this system, especially now the registration part of it. So what is this Operator Compliance Accreditation System? It is an intelligent risk-based regulatory tool for certifying and licensing cross-border operators. We are calling it an intelligent risk-based system because we will be collecting data from different data sources to profile the risk levels of these operators and to determine a level of trust with these operators. The system comprises of different modules that will assist us to collect data. We'll be collecting data from the operators themselves, and we collect data from other third-party sources, including the Inatus system. We'll also be collecting data from the Central system and many other different systems that will assist us to build compliance profiles for different operators. So now if there's a new operator that's intending to apply the cross-border routes, they would then need to be registered. And I think my colleague from the DOT did say that there is limited regulation in terms of freight transportation. If I buy a truck tomorrow, I can start operating. But it's different then from the cross-border perspective that if you buy a truck and you intend to do cross-border transportation, as I said in my introduction slide, you need to have a cross-border permit. So to get that, you need to be registered in our system. It's the Cross-Easy system. We need to register as an operator. You register your vehicles that will be you'll be using for cross-border transportation. You register the responsible competent person. So we'd like to know who is responsible for operations in your company, who is responsible for transport planning, route planning, who's responsible for assigning drivers for each trip. So you'll be also required to register your responsible competent person. We'd also like to know the depots, so you need to register your depots as well. Where are you having your vehicles parked when they're not doing transportation? We'll be doing, there's a module under AUKUS that's focused on auditing. So as you submit information to us, we then audit the authenticity of that information. And then we have a module that speaks to accreditation. So in terms of your accreditation and profiling, so as you submit data to us and as we collect data from other data sources, we'll then accredit you and rate you in terms of the different compliance levels. We are doing this mainly to improve road safety because we want to, as I said, we'll be collecting data from many different data sources, which include Sandrol, which also include the e-nature system. We want to ensure that the operators that we are licensing, they have processes within their companies to ensure that they have proper loading systems, they have proper load restraint systems, and also the drivers that they employ, it's drivers that are compliant in terms of the different licenses and also training of the drivers. We want to improve compliance. We want to ensure that we facilitate seamless movement of legitimate cross-border operators, and I think I will expand on this in my next slides of how we then facilitate the seamless movement. So the different components, I've touched a bit on those. They are around transport operator registration. We would like to know who are we licensing, who are their drivers, their vehicles, where are they based. So this is a core module in terms of our operator compliance accreditation system. It's a mandatory field that all operators that are intending to do cross-border transportation need to comply with. Vehicle fitness, important. I did say that we are developing the system to improve road safety. So we want to know that your vehicles are safe in terms of everything, your tires and all of that. Driver training, we also believe that it's also important to ensure safety such that drivers are aware of the different rules and regulations that are there on the road. So driver training, operators need to show us what the different trainings that they've given to their drivers, but also from a regulator point of view, there is also going to be some form of training that we give to drivers to ensure that they comply. Operating standards, important as well. It's a component that will also assist us to check what are the different safety protocols that each operator does before a vehicle is sent across the borders. What are the different, how do you schedule your drivers to avoid issues related to fatigue management? We'll also be on a consistent we'll also be consistently monitoring compliance because, as I said, the system is around compliance, but also harmonization of regulations. This is a program that's not only being done by South Africa, but it's also a regional program. So with everything that we introduce as a C-BRTA, we also try to ensure that it's harmonized with how other countries are doing so that operators are not subjected to different regulations as they go across the border, or we overly regulate our operators and restrict them from accessing markets when other countries are just giving out permits without doing the different checks that we're talking about. One of the speakers in the morning spoke about government collaborating to ensure that we benefit or we make trade easier for operators. So this is one of the ways in which we are collaborating as government to ensure that we improve the efficiency, we improve the seamless flow of cross-border transportation. We've partnered with SARS, the customs division of SARS in terms of their AEO program. We've identified that there's a need for us to collaborate in the cross-border road transport sector so that an operator is able to get benefits from different entities that are involved in the cross-border value chain. And I think some of the speakers kept emphasizing the issues of looking at a whole value chain type of a situation, and such partnerships are leading us to that point where we are able to have, from a single point, regulate everything without an operator having to move from one regulator to the next. So we partnered with SARS in terms of their AEO program because we've conducted a compatibility assessment just on the different mandates that the two entities have, and we both have a mandate to facilitate the seamless flow of goods and passengers. We also have a mandate of removing operational constraints along the route. So we thought if we can put our efforts together from a government perspective, we can make it easier for operators to comply firstly, but we can also make it easier for them to move across our corridors much quicker and more efficiently. We have conducted 2 rounds of piloting with SARS where we actually tested if the combining the 2 products really works and it benefits the operators. It's just I did not share the results here, but if anybody is interested in finding out in terms of the results of the collaboration, we can speak after this. But just how we've designed the collaboration is that operators will then be accredited in terms of the operator compliance accreditation system. They will then have to prove and give us information in terms of their accreditation, and we do our own due diligence. And they will have to then be accredited in terms of the AEO program, and then we mutually recognize each other's clients. So from a C-BRTA perspective, our role is along the route. We do not have a specific area where we regulate. So once a permit is issued, our law enforcement has jurisdiction throughout the corridor. So once we have accredited an operator on the AEO OCAS, there will be some form of identification. It could be stickers or whatever form of identification. So if an operator has that form of identification, and it means that they've proven that they are an operator that we can trust. So they will not be stopped regularly along the route. Or if they are stopped, the inspections will not be as intrusive as when it's an operator that we do not trust. And then that would then be for the C-BRTA side. And then on the SARS side, in terms of customs, then they will be giving a benefit of ensuring that these operators are facilitated quicker when they are within the border precincts. So we will also be doing constant monitoring to check the effectiveness of these programs, because you see, if you're doing a pilot, then for that period it works. So once you start now implementing on a full time, then it doesn't work. So we need to be always monitoring to check if it works and if there's gaps that we need to address. So in conclusion, we're saying that, and I've given a picture there of a whole queue of trucks that are getting into or trying to go through the borders. We are saying that if you prove compliance and you meet all the standards, we are saying you will be able to cross easy, and cross easy the permit administration system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Comply and cross easy. Tell the person next to you, cross easy. That sounded like we had church right there. Thank you so much to the presenters and the insights that they gave, but I would like to give people an opportunity just to ask questions. Perhaps if you've got a SARS question, or if you want to, find out more about the implementation of the BBBE codes from what Mihlali shared with us, and on comply and cross easy, if you want to be part of perhaps that program that you are having with SARS, which is what AEO, authorized. You were listening. Thank you. Anybody with a question? Mr. Lindsay.
Hello, for me, it's just a comment to Sis Mhlali. I'm thankful, and she has warmed my heart because you can see she's passionate.
Very.
And she knows her story, and she's done much of that, that assessment. So we are very much encouraged, and continue with the good work and be blessed. Thank you.
Thank you. And she must find an allocation for you somewhere in those 32 billion. that she was mentioning.
Not my words, but yours.
Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. Anybody else? Is there somebody at the back? Ladies and gentlemen, with that, I believe, these presentations really gave us a lot of insight as to what is happening. And we're coming closer to, obviously, the end of our program and getting closer to potential solutions that are already out there that we could help amplify and see how they gain traction. I have been requested or been asked that I request you all that we break for tea now. For 10 to 15 minutes because the DM has arrived and he would like to be part of the last part of our conference, which is going to be the two panel discussions after the conference, and then we do our closing remarks. I believe that is a good suggestion, right? We can break for tea. I also just want to put it out there, one of the speakers that is coming underneath the panel discussion, innovation, digitalization, and transport. Kuabas from In Control. In Control, similarly with JC Auditors, are big supporters of my conference. And after them participating at my conference last year, they went back and they have developed an SMME product in TMS. So I would like you to engage with him after that panel discussion because they used the insights from the conference and developed this particular product. TMC is Transport Management System. They have further also, again with JC Auditors, developed a software that can enable small and medium enterprises to engage and also get RTMS accredited. So I just wanted to put it out there because I think it's also very important developments that have come through other initiatives within the space that are assisting SMEs. I will see you at 12:15. Thank you. two last sessions before the DM also gives us his closing remarks in relations with our resolutions. Devlin, I will call you. I don't want him to. I didn't want you to stop in during your panel and allow him to come in so that when you come on stage, you can set the scene and then roll. So they are. While we're waiting for the DM to come in, I'd like to interact with you all. Is there anybody that would like to give us any reflection points based on the previous sessions that we had in the first part of this morning? Any reflections, something that stood out for you, and you're thinking to yourself, oh, when I get back to the office, this is what I want to pay attention to. Is there anybody that would like to share their reflections on the previous conversations around financing and investment, and also the three different presentations that we had from SARS, DOT, and also from the C-BRTA? Any reflections, any comments, anybody? I'm sure you've been having conversations amongst yourselves. You can have it amongst us. Or should I point at somebody? I don't want the next panel to start before the DM walks in, because when he walks in, he's going to interrupt their flow. So I just want us to wait for him and we could just do our reflections. Anyone? Or should I start with my reflections? Is that enough encouragement to get people to be bold enough? You know, one of the things that I thought about as we were having conversation, and somebody, I don't know whether it was Lindsay, but, oh no, it was the gentleman that paid the scenario about the young person that wants to get into this industry. And I thought to myself, and also, you know, laboring the point of there are no good contracts. I think that was the expression made. And I thought to myself, is everybody aware of Line Booker? Okay, he's aware. Who's not aware of Line Booker? It's not even the only. Okay, can we please stand up? The DM is here. Oh, is it all right? Oh, okay then. Who's aware of Line Booker? 1, 2, 3 people, 4 people. I will pause it there. I think just Google WWLINEBOOKER. What? Key. KER. It's something that I would like to chat about with my own closing remarks, because they are a competitor in my view, to small and medium enterprises. So with that, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, DM. Thank you so much, the board members of C-BRTA and the chairperson and the CEO. We will continue with our program. We've got 2 last sessions. And we'll go directly to the one on panel discussion, innovation and digitalization in transport. And it's going to be facilitated by one of my favorite, most dynamic, energized industry person, which is Devlin Naidu, very passionate about transporters and freight forwarders. Most importantly, he's going to drive us to solutions. What can be done? What is the association doing? And how we could think innovatively about some of these challenges that we are having through the lens of innovation and also digitalization. Like I mentioned earlier on, before we went on the tea break, In Control Kuabas, they have a solution for SMEs on TMS, and also they've got a software now with JC auditors on RTMS. I am punting that because it was birthed from my conference. So with that, Devlin, please come on stage, and also you will introduce your panel list. Please give them a round of applause.
94.1 to 97.3. This is a live broadcast as we come to you from the Vulindlela Conference Center in the heart of Gqeberha. A very good afternoon to you. It's always been my dream to be on radio. So they say if you don't have a face for TV, you probably have a voice for radio. And so my jokes are dry, but like Savannah, you can still drink it. So obviously there's some water to quench your thirst. I know program director, my sister Flo, said that I'm energetic and we want to get into solutions, so I want to do justice to that introduction, and thank you so much for the kind words. All protocol observed, Deputy Minister Schlengwa, Mr. Maboy, as the CEO of C-BRTA, distinguished guests from the Khokha Development Corporation, the Cross-Border Road Transport Agency, and the DOT, all protocol observed. We stand before you today as passionate individuals focused on delivering solutions and innovation through a resilient ecosystem. A lot has been said prior to our panel discussion, but without the experts, I'm just someone here with a microphone. So indeed, ladies and gentlemen, our first panelist in no particular order is the Senior Manager for IT Infrastructure at the Cross-Border Road Transport Agency. For those of you that have deciphered the clues to the cryptic, I'm talking about none other than Mr. Brett Holding. A huge round of applause as he makes his way up on stage. It is indeed said that success either rises or falls in leadership. So to Mr. Mboy, we want to salute you for what you have done at the C-BRTA, from the what it once was to what it is today and where it's going to. So that is also testimony to your leadership. We would like to also now invite Mr. Floyd Mashapataga, who is the Senior Account Manager at C-Track, to join us on stage. As Floyd makes his way upstage, I couldn't help but notice we landed at the airport at the same time, and he had the blue lights of C-BRTA to bring him to the hotel yesterday, so he felt like a bit of an upgrade. Mr. Mashapataga, over to you, sir. Then, ladies and gentlemen, the Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Kobus van Graan of In Control, revolutionizing compliance and operational oversight with smart tech solutions. A huge round of applause as Kobus joins us on stage. Manene Manenekazi, if I got that right. Dames and Heren, it is indeed once more a privilege to be alongside this panel. I'm going to join them, and we are going to get into the discussion. I do have a presentation, and we'll just talk through a few of the slides to set the scene before we hand over to our first panelist for questions and answers. Maybe some help, Flo, if I'm not imposing. There's a button it says danger, so I'm not sure if I should press this or not. But let's give it a try again. The green one, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, there we go. All right, so on this note, I'm sure you would agree, this is normally shared at the end of a presentation. But in this journey of co-creation, innovation, and digitalization in transport, as we foster and find congruency with the theme of building resilience through innovation and digital solutions, we have to go together. If you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. And therefore, if we look at any operational environment, be it the agency of the DOT, the C-BRTA, be it private sector, be it public sector, there are fundamentally three models or three levels that exist in any business model. It's the strategic level, that's where the CEO sits, the CFO, the CIO, they make decisions about the vision of the company, where the company needs to go to, and they discuss budgets, etc. Then at the systemic level, this is where managers and executives execute that vision. And then you have the situational level, which is the on-the-ground realities. And we need to, in today's session, look at how do we leverage these implementable solutions, pragmatic solutions, so that it's not a talk shop, but it is indeed beyond that, where we transcend across the regulatory layers. If you see the presentation in front of you, or the slide in front of you, it talks to 4 layers that exist in the supply chain. Everything that we do on the continent and everything we do in the country is predicated on international legislation that is set forth by the World Customs Organization, the World Trade Organization, and various international agencies such as the IMO, the IRU, and of course, filtering down into local application by the agencies in the Republic. You also have entities. I'm glad that we covered the Authorized Economic Operator Program, where compliance always comes before business. And we should not be in a position whereby entities that are legitimate are prejudiced at the border. So where you have trucks that are standing at the border because they have not followed due process, that is hinged on capacity building. We need predictable solutions, and I think that is what the C-BRTA is driving in terms of leveraging technology. Of course, we've got the logistics layer, which is the hard infrastructure. We've got 19 land border ports of entry in the Republic, appointed in terms of Section 61F of the Customs and Excise Act, and therefore it is imperative that we have a seamless exchange of capital goods and services across these borders to drive the economy. I want everyone to indulge me. Please raise your left hand. Please don't hit the person next to you, but place it over your heart. And what do you feel? You should feel a heartbeat, else we've got to call the medical emergency services, right? Similarly, just as the heart supplies body to the, supplies blood, pumps blood to the rest of the body, so too is the transport sector the heartbeat of the economy. There's a direct correlation between an efficient logistics network and GDP. And hence, the director from the DOT spoke earlier and emphasized across all spheres of government, it is imperative to focus on logistics, because if you have efficient logistics and you have micro, small, medium enterprises as enablers of economic growth, participating in the sector, leveraging of technology and innovation. So it's not just purchasing the vehicle, it's programming, it's visibility, and we have doyens or veterans in the industry on stage here that are very au fait with programming, with coding, and this is where an area we're particularly passionate about is previously disadvantaged women, youth, and persons with disabilities, so that they can go from that environment of a progressive environment and have a secure future in programming AI algorithms, etc., that speak to predictability, reliability, and transparency in the supply chain. And so if we look at our extensive logistics network, we are a maritime economy. And of course, we look at the merchant shipping bill, which is currently being covered or debated in NEDLAC. It is imperative for us, especially the youth and the micro, small, and medium enterprises, women-owned, and persons with disabilities, to take full advantage of what South Africa presents as a gateway to the African continent, so that we remain competitive and, again, have healthy competition between our neighbors on the west with Namibia and on the east with the port of Maputo. So 8 commercial seaports, 19 land border ports of entry, and 10 major airports. This is an overview of what we move and what this contributes to the economy. 3.5% GDP as a possibility from the 1.7% in the last quarter, as covered by the DOT earlier on, and $12 billion added to the supply chain. So 12 multiplied by 18, I'll leave that to you to calculate. It is an astronomical figure. If we look at the port infrastructure progressively as well, we must commend, and I think they deserve a huge round of applause, the DOT, Transnet, and C-BRTA for the coordinated efforts to stabilize and optimize. You would see the performance has really gone through some significant figures as indicated by the speaker early on in terms of the volumes moved. So a huge round of applause for the efforts made by government. Honorable President Ramaphosa said that governments do not create jobs, businesses create jobs, but governments create the conditions for those businesses to flourish, to create those jobs. And so we look at the extensive road infrastructure, we look at the need for rail so that our N3 as a major route between KZN and the interland is not overburdened, pipeline infrastructure as well to leverage the oil and gas industries, and of course, as we enter into the question and answer session, looking at an intact logistics network where all the links work in congruency to support each other. 12,000 20-foot equivalent units moved per day, and that figure is growing. And in terms of trade volume, if you put a number to it in terms of the economy, it's $750 million per day. Of course, our largest trading partners are reflected there: China, the US, Germany, Japan, and India. How do we achieve this? So as promised, our panel discussion is one with a difference. We're not going to We're going to lead by example, and we're not going to just talk. We're going to turn words into action through a project plan. We're going to have working groups with the leaders on stage, have a project management approach to look at impact and priority. Is this a high impact item? Is it a high priority item? Multiply the two, and we'll be able to deprioritize and prioritize establishment of the commitments that are made from this panel discussion. And perhaps as SAF, allow us to also once more appreciate the inclusion in this event by the C-BRTA for the massive effort that has gone on behind the scenes to be a part of this, and let us then pledge the commitment to lead this a working group between the private sector, MSMEs, and a government working alongside institutions such as the institution established by Flow, which is doing incredible work for the MSMEs. On that note, it's time to get into a question and answer session as we have set the scene. And I'm going to start with Mr. Kobus van Gaan, the CEO of In Control, very much in control today with a mic in your hand. Please take us forward into the first question in respect of, Kobus, digitization can feel overwhelming for MSMEs, especially with AI, Internet of Things, and various relatively new concepts as we find our feet with the 4IR, with DIRCO, the Department of Science and Innovation. And in this respect, how can we reframe compliance and innovation not as a barrier, but as a business enabler? Thank you.
Devin, thank you very much. Yeah, that is the question, and that's what I've been hearing the whole day is the word compliance. Before you get finance from the bank, are you compliant? Do you run your business correctly? And so we can go on. And that's why, and the thing is, there's a good reason why the banks and everybody is asking, are you overloaded or not? Do you have your permits in place? Do you have history of your accounting? Do you have all of that in place? And the reason is that's what makes business, how they can predict if you're going to be successful or not. That is the key in there. The compliance is not just because they want to keep you busy. It's because it's an indication of whether you're going to be successful or not. And that's where the change comes. If you start to understand that if I make sure that as simple as my trucks are not overloaded, they're not going to break down at the, on the way to the customer. I'm not going to be late for the customer and lose the next deal. It's a simple example, but that's exactly what happens. And that's just one. The thing is, if you understand business and implementing it that it's really successful, you have to implement processes. You have to know how do you, what is step 1, step 2, step 3, making sure everything I do is correct. And the thing is, we've got RTMS software to manage from your load to your asset management, your workshops, your employee and your driver health, everything. But I'm not going to go into that. Where do you start as a small business? And I believe you start with a shipment process. It's about just starting, getting control over that one little bit that brings your money in the quickest. Getting the jobs that comes in, making sure it gets to the truck drivers very quickly, getting your electronic PODs back very quickly so that you can invoice. The faster you can get that wheel rolling, the better your business will do. And then you can start to add all the other compliance areas as well. I've got case studies on that where companies just implemented that, but that gave them the liftoff for their business.
Excellent. So we've heard from Kobus about data insights, data-driven capabilities and visibility, and that it starts with the shipment process. So perhaps we can urge the MSMEs in the room to reach out as well to Kobus after the session and look at how this solution can support their business in terms of predictability and data-driven science based on the solutions that are on offer. I'm now going to, on that note of visibility, look at the role that government is playing. So I'm going to come to the C-BRTA. Mr. Holding, what role does government play in creating an inclusive and future-ready transport sector for MSMEs?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. I think when we talk about transformation in the transport space and how government impacts the businesses that are trying to do the work, we need to be able to bring technology to the carriers. We have implemented some systems within the C-BRTA, But in order to have a comprehensive overview or a project plan for digital transformation, you need to look at the 3 pillars for digital transformation. The first one is the technology. And us as the agency, we're able to build the technology and provide it to the operators. This is the technology that will be able to look at data analysis, automation, use technologies such as AI to make better decisions within the business space. The second pillar, and Kobus mentioned it, is all about processes. So we need to make sure that when we implement technology, there is a blueprint behind it with clearly defined and refined business processes. Otherwise, if you implement the technology, there's no blueprint, it's going to be a waste of time and effort. I think the third and most important pillar of digital transformation is the people. They are the drivers of the technology adoption and those processes. It starts with the initiation, and I think this event is a good start where we can actually start implementing those initiatives for digital transformation. And it's very important that we sustain those initiatives and implementations. If we look at the change around the people, sometimes change is difficult, so we have to change our culture, our skills, as well as our mindset to adopt the new technologies. You'll look at industries, Uber, that has transformed the way we do our daily transports. I'm an avid Uber driver. The colleagues from C-BRTA are asking why I don't have a vehicle, a hire car, because Uber's efficient and works. But there is some technology, or there's some uptake that is required and a change in how we're doing stuff. Is it safe to do it? But now controls being put in place so that there's your conversations and what's happening in the vehicle actually be recorded. So we're trying to do those similar things in the transport space for the provision of the permits. And then I think without the people, the whole digital transformation will fail. And I think it's very important that we look at making sure that we adopt the different ideas that we want to implement, and make sure there's sustainable effort in pushing them to completion. And I think I'll finish off there with hashtag collaboration works.
Excellent, Brett. I have to say, I think that's the reason why you're in the position that you are, because you're committed to the cause of the project of digital transformation. And I think important in that, a lot of the times, the Department of Labor often says, when we digitize, there's going to be job losses. Not at all. In fact, it allows you an opportunity to create more jobs and to reskill or upskill and repurpose those jobs to program, to codify, to monitor and evaluate digital projects. You spoke of the 4 pillars, and human element becomes a central theme to that. And I think all of us in this room would unanimously agree that the C-BRTA is taking the lead as an agency of the DOT to implement digital transformation, for which, if you would join me once more with a reverberating round of applause so we can get all the way from Port Alfred down here to Gqeberha. So thank you for that, Brett. Floyd, I'm going to come to you. So I'm sure you would agree that all of these terms, and of course, especially access to AI-based or technology-based solutions for MSMEs who are just trying to establish themselves in the market, becomes a very difficult task. As a business, as C-Track, what are you doing to accommodate MSMEs, and what support mechanisms are you putting in place, Mr. Mashabataga, for the benefit of our MSMEs? Thank you.
Thank you, Devlin. First and foremost, greetings to all. All protocols are observed. It is truly an honor for us to form part of this conference, C-Track Fleet Management Solutions. And it is also fitting that I share with all that just recently C-Track was celebrating 40 years in the industry of fleet management solutions. So we are almost, one can say, we are the global leaders in terms of fleet management solutions. So to your point, it's very true. We truly understand that the transport industry, it's under immense pressure. We equally acknowledge the fact that MSMEs are also under pressure in cutting costs to ensure improved reliability and above all, which is the word which has been mentioned by all, ensure compliance. So as C-TRAC, we are there to help MSMEs reach that goal with less complexities. And I managed to scribble some few points that we believe we are helping the MSMEs around digitization. And those 4 points are fuel and maintenance cost control, asset safety as well as load, driver safety and compliance, which is the word that has been common. My colleague on my right also kicked off by indicating that one of the, or two of the most common words that were being used was around optimization as well as ensuring that we comply. And we also have what we call operational visibility. We can all agree that some of the tools that are no longer nice to have today are things like route optimization. And we all know that with route optimization, you are able to achieve reduced costs on theft, or rather fuel, as well as time. As well as driver behavior monitoring, which ensures that you don't have unnecessary wear. And then lastly, which is the greatest commodity today, fuel anomalies. We all know that fuel theft is real. So we have solutions that enables operators to get real-time notifications in terms of fuel theft or anything that is relating to fuel wastage. And with our tools, we give you the power to react immediately. And as C-TRAC, we see that as a best practice of being resilient in this ever-challenging environment. Thank you.
Phenomenal, Floyd. I couldn't help but think as you were speaking that your message or your delivery find congruence with this theme of driving innovation, growth, and resilience. I'm going to come to Kobus shortly, but before I do, Floyd, you spoke to the fact that this is no longer a nice to have. It's a non-negotiable. And especially for MSMEs, where, for example, diesel theft or fuel theft, if it's a petrol vehicle not being biased, then of course it would prejudice their financial or their liquidity, their cash flow. And of course, I'm going to ask you the million-dollar question, pun intended. Do MSMEs qualify for preferential rates in terms of, as you said, it's no longer nice to have, it now is a must-have?
Very true, Devlin. So what we did at C-TRAC is we've given MSMEs access to the same tools that the larger fleet operators have. And with that, what we aim to achieve is that MSMEs will be able to use and pay for what they need, which is utmost important. It's one avenue to just have a ballpark solution that addresses everything versus the needs of every living entity that is there trying to be in business. So we address that, and our systems also is also capable of scaling up to the business needs. So we've built solutions around your operations, and we are able to deploy meaningful data telematics that will ensure that you achieve sustainability, as well as, above all, increase productivity, increase efficiency, manage risk, and above all, as well as managing risk, as well as the asset and the operator. So those are our goals as C-TRAC.
That's phenomenal, Floyd. I think I have to commend you because it is something where, as you have said, you have promoted access to entry for the MSMEs, and you don't give them a different system. You give them the same system. So
100%.
that's a key takeaway. All right, I'm now going to come to Kobus. So In Control has worked over many years across multi-sector industries in the transport environment, across various verticals of 41 key vertical industries in the country. What trends are you seeing as In Control in respect of interoperability? Because we talk about intergovernment, interministerial, interagency, but especially in terms of private sector role players, what trends are you seeing in terms of interoperability and open platforms that MSMEs can leverage off?
Well, Devlin, I think it's leveling the playing fields in a big way for MSMEs. Because, you know, the perception is always, if we talk about software and AI, it sounds more and more complicated, especially for somebody just starting off a business or has a small business but would like to upscale and get better. And then you think, where would I get a technical department and where do I get a developer in and all those type of things. The thing is, it's changed so much. It's not necessary anymore because of two main reasons. The one is that most software have moved to the cloud, which means it doesn't have to be implemented in your office. You don't need your own servers anymore, all those type of things. And the second aspect is APIs, where systems can talk to each other. I mean, lots of people think that my colleague here and I are on the same business, but we are not. He's in telematics, tracking the assets. We're in workflow. That's where we fit in. But we actually work together to put a full RTMS system together that works for a company to measure everything that's important there. Our APIs need to talk to each other. But that is now becoming the way it works. Systems talk to each other. Our system talks to accounting, so that you don't, when the shipment process is happening, you don't have to recapture it again. We talk to telematics to make sure that we get information about what's happening in the truck, what's happening with that driver. Should he be switching, so that we can report it on big screens and say, listen, you've got to switch your driver, he's going to get tired, and so on and so on. And so we can look at different softwares. The thing is, you don't have to think, listen, I've got to go and buy the same software the big players are buying, because that could be millions, and now your business is not getting off the ground. You can buy smaller, independent softwares that actually talk to each other. It's more cost effective, but in the end, you get the same information to be able to be successful.
Excellent, Kobus. So MSMEs, if you want to be in control of the entire shipment process and have visibility, Kobus is the person that you need to talk to during the session or during lunch. And as I think you've explained, it's a common misconception that C-Track and InControl share the same space. But one, as you said, and you put it very eloquently so, is that Floyd looks after visibility in terms of the assets, asset management, and you look after the visibility. So where, as a MSME, you have a vehicle at the border or you have predictability in your supply chain, you know whether to delay a certain trip if there's congestion or what have you, and that puts money back into the supply chain because the supply chains are predicated on time, cost, and service reliability. So very well said, Kobus. I'm going to come now to the C-BRTA, and then we'll conclude with Floyd, then go to the audience. So if we can have the roaming mics readily available, and you can pose your questions to the distinguished gentleman on stage. But let's go to Brett. In terms of digital infrastructure, and let's perhaps say that the C-BRTA doesn't have any downtime in terms of permit applications. If that is looking at the infrastructure and the physical infrastructure, what are some of the C-BRTA's flagship initiatives to aim to digitally enable MSMEs in cross-border corridors? So you've got the N4 corridor, the north-south, Walvis Bay, Trans-Kalahari. So what are the initiatives to help MSMEs transact?
So for internally, our digital transformation journey started with our permit management system, which is the system that operators apply for their permits and receive their permits. Previously, it was a legacy-based system where you had to walk in to the office to get your permits, very much like going to a post office and submitting all your documentation.
And turnaround time between the legacy and how has that improved from?
It's gone from days to minutes now.
Wow.
So that was the first start for the Cross Easy, our permit management system, which was implemented a few years ago. We've also implemented new integration points. Kobus mentioned it. The interfaces are very important. Online payments, integration with NATIS for vehicle checks, integration with Home Affairs for ID number checks, CIPC for company information. So all of that is automated. When operators apply for permits, they're able to do it online from the comfort of their homes. Now they can actually do it from the comfort of their vehicles as well, because we've also got the Cross Easy mobile app. The Tiwe had earlier on mentioned our operator compliance and accreditation scheme, which is envisaged to move away from quantity-based regulation to quality-based regulation. So we're looking at what are the standards and conditions that we want to adhere to in terms of compliance, not how many trips, not how many vehicles. So I think that's quite important. For the operators, the SMMEs that are currently trying to get into the market or actually are busy doing business in the transport space, head over to our website where you'll be able to get access to our information portal. There's a wealth of information that's available over there, freely available right now. Register, log in. You'll be able to get access to things such as research papers, port information, country handbooks, route information. So that we can actually assist the smaller type operators in the space.
Phenomenal. I think especially in the digital space where you have MSMEs that at a click of a button are able to get their permits, it supports their business because, again, they may not have the number of human resources that are available at a comparatively bigger entity, and therefore they leverage off these technology-based solutions to optimize their business, which is phenomenal. And I think also the C-BRTA, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you would agree with me, sits with a lot of entity-based data, and that's imperative in terms of compliant trade, where you work with partner agencies with the likes of SARS to reward compliance and eradicate illicit trade from the ecosystem. So that's phenomenal in terms of cross-border movement. I'm now going to come to, and I've got I think we'll go to Mr. Mboy momentarily, but it's often said that success either rises or falls on leadership. And I want to know what's the success behind C-BRTA's implementation drive. We heard from the DOT about the policy frameworks and about legislation, but it seems to be that the C-BRTA is converting that into implementable solutions for the benefit of MSMEs. So we'll ask CEO momentarily. Floyd, I'm going to come to you now. The final question to you is, telematics holds a wealth of data. I'm sure you would agree. So how do MSMEs use this to build resilience in their supply chain, reduce fuel theft, and improve cross-border reliability? You spoke of it earlier, but how does it actually work? Thank you.
So Devlin, telematics, according to us, C-Track, it turns every vehicle into a source of intelligence. And we believe that with that intelligence, it gives the MSMEs a competitive edge. And I'd like to maybe expand on that by using the framework that we apply as C-Track. And these are, we can just call them 4 pillars, which is fuel and maintenance cost control. So there we believe that with fuel anomalies, these helps prevent theft and wastage. And with predictive maintenance, you ensure that you have unexpected breakdowns, especially which is critical when you are in absence of having spare resources. That is the first one. So the second one is asset and load security. So using our live tracking system and geofence management, we believe that operators will always know where their assets are at any given time, especially or most importantly, as per the theme, cross-border, whenever assets go across the border, because our functionality enables you to also track your asset post or across the border, as well as when assets enter what we deem as high risk zones. We have the ability to do what we call remote immobilization, where both the asset and the load can be safely secured. That is on the third aspect. And then driver safety and compliance, like I said, this was mentioned, and my colleague also touched on driver fatigue. So we believe that through our video telematics, you are able to trigger events such as fatigue, distraction, and you are able to pull down or exchange a driver, as we said, to ensure the safety of the cargo and the asset. And the last point is operational visibility. We all know that that which you can't measure, you'll never be able to manage. So with our real-time dashboard as well as analysis, you are able to simplify decision making. And then instead of the old traditional way of digging through spreadsheets, we believe that MSMEs can see what is working, what is not working, and be able to react immediately. And that borderlines against resilience. So, and then in closing on my side, our greatest mission as C-Track is to turn telematics data into simple, usable insights. And it's not about drowning in a lot of information. It's about giving MSMEs the clarity to run smarter, leaner, and more secure operations. Thank you, Devlin.
Phenomenal, Floyd. I think you've covered it very well, especially when you closed with that statement of giving MSMEs the unique leverage they require, not flooding them with data, but giving them insights that help optimize the business. Gents, I'm going to run through yourself, so just prepare. I'll start with you, Kobus, then I'll come to Floyd, and then Brett. In your current capacity, what is a personal commitment that we can make here, if I'm not putting you on the spot, to support MSMEs as a business? So before you do that, if we can get the mics going around, or as we get closing comments, can we look for a hand if there's any questions either for Kobus, Floyd, or Brett in terms of support to MSMEs?
Thanks. I think my question is is for Kobus and Floyd. Again, I'll give a scenario, right? So the services that you're offering applies to each and every transporter or any logistics company. But here I am now, I've been given an opportunity to present. I've generated the lead. Now I need to convert that lead into my potential customer. But in order for me to do that, to successfully secure that lead, I need to present a USP. So meaning, I must be different from my competitors. My question now is, are you able to customize your services according to my needs as a transporter? Thank you.
Excellent question. So in terms of the unique selling proposition, I'll start with you, Kobus. Are you able to modify that tailor-make, let's use the word tailor-make, to that MSME to allow them to be the differentiator in the market?
Thanks for the question. I did not expect that one, I'll be honest, because a lot of times you get the situation from a software point of view is a software company would say, how will my software work the best for most cases in most situations? The thing is they don't always have Africa in mind, by the way. And then they write that and then they come down to us as entrepreneurs and would like to start our business and we have to fit into somebody else's shoes, basically. And that's where what we really did different. We never wrote it from that perspective because I've got my own business. I've been involved with many other businesses. And you know what? Although we're all transporters here, our businesses are run differently. Each one runs slightly different to the other one. So we designed a software system that's highly configurable. Now that means we've got a lot of switches. It's like Lego blocks. We can build exactly as you want it, to the last field. In fact, it's so configurable. If you phone me 3 o'clock in the afternoon and say, listen, we've decided we need 3 more fields, please add it in. Half an hour later, it will be there. That's how configurable it is. So the thing is, yes, that's my answer. For transporters, we've designed a system that can really customize your workflow, your fields, even your terminology, how your business is running. And that's what we've done, yes.
24/7 indeed. I think that's phenomenal commitment. So Kobus, we take that as a commitment, right?
That is a commitment, yes.
Excellent. So at 3 p.m., Kobus' phones ring, he will answer and he will accommodate your request. But on a serious note, that being said, I think that's a dedication. No two businesses are the same. So highly configurable, phenomenal. Floyd, let's get your response.
No, thank you. Yes, it's an honor, Devlin, to get a question from William. The list said for me to disclose that back in our youth, we were together in school, and
you guys are still in your youth. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Right? I was going to say the decades of experience are hitting very well in the youthful appearance. So.
The heart always remains young, Devlin. But yes, William, to your point, definitely as C-TRAC, one of the elements that we pride ourselves with, and I disclosed that we just celebrated 40 years just in the last quarter, is that we also have our own internal research and development team. So that has enabled us to unlock scaling our solution to meet any business needs. So, and I think I also mentioned that part where I said that our system is designed to grow with the business, not overwhelm the business. So to his question, fully so, we have solutions that are catered for all industries and that will meet the business needs across the board. So we can definitely assist him.
That's phenomenal. Of course, it's also cost effective for the MSMEs on both sides, in control and C-TRAC, and it adds value in terms of supply chain visibility. I'm now going to ask the gents for commitments. If we look for any other hands in the audience, questions that we might have for our panel. And perhaps, Mr. Mboy, I'm going to abuse my privilege as a moderator to ask you, what's the secret to the success of the leadership that you have had at the helm of C-BRTA? You've made a commitment to the Coca Development Corporation that you will support MSMEs, and you've honored that commitment. And we know it's not easy in government. You have many layers of protocol and governance that you have to observe and follow, but you have managed all of that. And I think this gathering here is a miracle that unfolds in front of our eyes, because it's a dream that's now become a reality. So I'm not putting you on the spot, but what is the success or the secret to success as a CEO of C-BRTA to achieve this? and all of the digitization and many more initiatives as per the APP. If you had to put it down, I know it's not easy to answer because there's many aspects, but if there's something that could stand out, because again, success would either rise or fall on leadership. And I think it's to inspire our other peers, our other agencies, and members of the private sector to do more, to be more.
I'm not sure if I should answer that question in the presence of the DM. You know. No, thank you. I think there's a lot of things that you can put into it, but I think one of those is the collective leadership between the board, management, and the team of C-BRTA, and to face in one direction. And I think for me that has been the most important part, so that we can collectively agree on what is important for the nation and what is important for the team, the people that we're trying to serve. And that's what we have put our foot down to. And we have identified the key things that are important for us to be successful, but also know that our success is the success of the people that are in this room and beyond. So that's what we basically try to do. Thanks.
Phenomenal. I think that's the reason you're the CEO, and at the leadership helm, I see all of the heads nodding in agreement. But the one key takeaway, we didn't rehearse this, please, we've met for the first time, our panelists, but the one response that CEO shared with us today that stands out is that we all have an obligation to our nation. And one thing that unifies all of us is that we all serve SA Inc. We are all committed to a cause to empower our youth, our MSMEs, for the benefit of the economy. I'll take closing comments, and if our sound AV guy can have in readiness a special surprise, if you will, as I often do, Flo, just to lift a little bit of the mood and take us into collaboration. So closing comments from our panelists, starting with Brett, Floyd, and then Kobus.
Thanks, Devin. I think from C-BRTA's perspective, our commitment is that we will engage and collaborate. I think that's the most important thing. I'm a technologist, and I spoke about digital transformation, but I highlighted the importance of people. So it's very important that we listen to our clients and our operators, and we pledge to do that. We even have dedicated teams available to assist where needed. And if you need to have a new interface into In Control or C-Track with Cross-EC, let's do it. Thank you.
On that note, sorry, Floyd, you go ahead. My apologies.
No, like I said, Devlin, it's truly an honor for C-Track to form part. We truly look forward to future invites and to add a meaningful value to this conference. And as the theme says, in terms of our main theme as C-Track, allow us to ensure your business or your assets are always visible. Thank you.
And I'm sure that reduces the insurance premiums, Floyd.
Definitely does.
Yeah. Now, Devlin asked me for a commitment, and he thought I already gave my commitment, but to change our system for each customer is normal work for us. The commitment actually started last year when some of my colleagues met Flo, and she said, listen, you don't have a proper solution for small businesses that's getting off the ground. And she gave us that insight, and we decided to put it in place, so I'm going to give her, as they say, kudos for that. And we have a specials for specifically small businesses with around 4 to 5 trucks that's getting off, starting off their business, to be able to have the full shipment process on our system for less than 5,000 Rand per month. No setup fees, nothing. We will help you. We'll give you the process. We'll show you how to do it. And that's a commitment we make.
Phenomenal. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that deserves a huge round of applause as well. Flo, thank you for being the champion for the MSMEs, and I think that's the reason you're our program director this afternoon. Again, testament to the leadership, collaboration, working together and going together in terms of building resilience, innovation, and growth for MSMEs. On that note, can I ask my sister Flo to join me on stage? We've got a special item, and you can all join us as we celebrate, and indeed an honor and privilege as the government works together with business, with stakeholders, labor, and community to support the benefit, the growth, the resilience, and innovation of MSMEs. Gents, you can also rise. I had to do this, Flo. We are turning dreams into reality as we broadcast live 94.3 to 97.1. This is a live broadcast from the Vulindlela conference center celebrating MSMEs. We can also increase the volume a bit, and let's celebrate my African dream becoming a reality. Thank you, good afternoon, and God bless.
Let's give them a round of applause. That is Devlin's signature song, guys. Everywhere he goes. Wasn't he just fantastic? He was just so fantastic. Now I'm under pressure to find a radio voice. I'm under pressure. But with that, we're going to move right along. I always find the conversation of technology, telematics, digitalization very, very intriguing. And for me, I always ask whether it's at CarTrack, C-Track, Fleet Africa, there's so many of them in the space, is how do they then assist the MSME to interpret the data and make informed decisions? It's one thing to have the system in place, yet it's another thing to interpret the data and you can make informed decisions concerning your organizations. And most of them will say a lot of MSMEs just want a tracker and they don't want to engage in other features of what telematics can do or a TMS system can do. And I'm like, guys, the profit margins are so low. But I guess it's something that most of them will consider is to assist the workforce of MSMEs to know how to interpret the data from those systems and make informed decisions. With that, we've got two presentations, and then I'll be giving the stage to the chairperson of C-BRTA, and our DM, Deputy Minister, is going to be closing off our conference. Let us welcome Brenda on stage. She's going to be talking about leveraging AI, in artificial intelligence in transport, and she's from the Africa Business Leadership Institute. And I believe you are the lady also with the intervention of investors, venture capitalists, that she is trying to make sure that she's facilitating some funding for women entrepreneurs. Let's welcome Brenda. She looks absolutely stunning to stage.
Good afternoon, esteemed guests, policymakers, leaders, innovators, and colleagues. My name is Brenda Chiltsi. I am the Regional Manager for Africa Business Leadership Institute, and I'm here today, honored actually, to make a presentation on the effects of AI on transport, how we can leverage AI on transport. Thank you. It's interesting to note that transport is evolving from being about roads and rail to being about intelligence, inclusivity, and interconnection. At the center of the shift is AI, a force transforming how we move, trade, and live. There's a global shift, and we're shifting from manual to machine learning. Across the world, transport systems are changing from reactive to predictive. We've heard from the previous speakers how we can now predict fleet maintenance, how we can now predict traffic, how we can now predict logistics, and what have you. Speaking of predictive and smart systems, I had the opportunity to engage with with Devlin yesterday, as well as Floyd. And we were talking about how AI is the engine, but humanity is the driving force behind AI. What do I mean by this? In as much as we are adopting AI, we need to ensure that it remains close to home. Who is the voice behind the algorithms, we ask. Therefore, it is of paramount importance to highlight that we should adopt AI and speak on behalf of Africans for Africans. So in essence, we are saying AI, yes, we love it, we are going to adopt it, but it should speak to us. It should be all about Africans, by Africans, for Africans. Thank you. All right. Speaking of the human touch behind AI, I have introduced myself. I am the regional manager from Africa Business Leadership Institute, and we pride ourselves in offering leadership mentorship, CETA accredited training to the transport industry, mentorship and coaching. Trust me, I get my hands dirty where it matters most. So give me a class, I'm happy to teach. We also offer triple BEE training, DEIB, which means diversity, equity, inclusivity, and belonging training. We also do custom learning solutions. Having said that, it is an honor to share with you that as Africa Business Leadership Institute, we are kicking off a 6-week accelerator program on Thursday. It's a masterclass program specifically for women who are investor ready. We already have venture capitalists from the US who are prepared to inject funding to investor-ready women, specifically in the transport industry. But all other industries are welcome. But it should only be women. Demo day will be on the 19th of November. That's when we will have the venture capitalists in SA. Of interesting to note is that in 3 weeks' time, which is on the 22nd of August, we will be in Zanzibar for the Tech and AI Conference, where we will have African Union launching their e-governance, and I am humble to notify the crowd that C-BRTA will be attending the conference. They will be speaking and bouncing ideas off the other giants, tech giants in the house, as well as bringing about change and enlightening the world about the trajectory of transport leveraging on AI. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to extend a warm invite to Zanzibar. Let's go and sip on coconut water whilst we discuss AI. Ngiyabonga.
I'm like trying to find my bearings, and it felt like most of us just know ChatGPT when it comes to AI. And there's just so much more. I hope next time, even at the quarterly forums that the agency is going to host, you really unpack artificial intelligence and its adoption, and you get also the techies in the industry to be in the room and help most transporters not just to do ChatGPT when they're putting together a proposal, but to also see how they can leverage over machine learning, artificial intelligence, and break it down, robotics, etc., and how it's also influencing the manufacturing of vehicles. A lot of vehicles now are adopting a lot of AI features. So with that, we'll move directly to the last presentation that's going to be done by Mr. Moss from Accuracy Group. We had him earlier on when he was facilitating the very dynamic panel discussion on funding, and he's going to be speaking about building partnerships and collaboration. Can we please welcome Moss on stage? He's also going to do quite a brief presentation, and we will be closing the conference. Let's give him a round of applause. You know, you set the bar this high with the panel discussion, so we are expecting you to take us on another ride.
Okay, whilst we're waiting for the presentation to load, good afternoon again. Risia Mager Baholo. See right. Okay, are we well? Okay. Protocol observed. We continue to share the nuggets, because one of the most interesting thing about small businesses is that you can talk the whole day, but when the conference closes, they forget everything, they just want money. And it's not wrong, because that's basically why most of us start businesses. But I'm tasked to talk about two things: building partnerships and collaboration. And this is my, can I say, my favorite subject, because that's what I do, that's what I talk a lot about across Africa. Most of the things that I do them in Africa. Rwanda, Kenya, Namibia, Botswana, Zambia has been good to me. And can I say more than my country, because I get a lot of my business comes from those countries than in the country. But we know it means I'm part of the cross-border guys. So if there's an opportunities in cross-border, can I be cross-border too? So one of the things that we do, but before there's a prayer that I like sharing before I talk, because I hold the mic a lot, and the prayer simply says, power is a privilege, power is a temporary privilege that the universe trusts you with so that you can change other people's life. And at least if you cannot change their lives, don't hurt them. And humility stays when power leaves the room, because power changes hands. So you are potentially one day going to become a big logistics company. Don't forget that prayer. I hope I make sense. Why am I saying this? Because within the corridors of power, there's something that we call connections. I hope you understand the word. You've seen the word too much, ne? connections. So I always tell people, if you want to build relationships, if you are sure that you want to grow your business, you must always try your best not to pursue connections, because connections work within the platform that we call a network. That is why when you are in Gqeberha and you are in Kucha Vulindlela village, if you are using Vodacom and there's no Vodacom, your phone won't be able to connect. So it means you need to pursue networks more than connections. And I'm saying this because a lot of us, we want to be squeezed. We're squeezing in, ritzing. And then unfortunately, some of those things don't necessarily work. So my presentation is loaded. Oh, I must use that one. Unlocking the potential of MSMEs, and I love it because that's what comes from the conference. If you are taking the program right, I took this from there, and I wanted to explain it simple, because a lot of time we hear about driving, and then we have people here who are drivers, who have hired drivers, and most of the time you give somebody just a truck driving your goods, they don't even know where they're going, but they follow the map. And the most important factors that I learned from the conference theme is that they say we want to drive innovation, growth, and resilience. And this is what I'm going to explain simply, guys. Innovation plays a very important role. And what is innovation? Thinking beyond ordinary. You need to start thinking beyond ordinary. That is how big companies have done their business. That is how companies have grown their businesses. That is why you have your DSLs, DHL, DSV. So if you want to build a serious business, you need to start moving from the traditional way of doing things and think innovatively. And people think when you're talking innovation, we're talking go and implement something new. No. Innovation is simply as thinking beyond ordinary, trying to do things differently from how they used to be done. You cannot no longer run a company sitting in PE that takes goods to Cape Town and you don't know, you cannot see, you cannot monitor the truck. We've heard people talking about trucking, so those are the important things that you need to do. Two is growth. And I always tell people, if you want to understand growth is a simple thing, guys, just learn and learn and relearn. Because whatever you did in 2015, whatever you did in 2015, guys, might not be relevant in 2018. Whatever you did in 2018 might not be relevant in 2025. So if you go into grow something, if you're going to grow in your leadership position, if you're going to grow your business, you need to know that something you need to let it go. Whatever you know today might not work in the 10 years to come. Remember the time when we used to think that we are big using the CD? If you go to your house, CD is no longer relevant. So those are the things that you must know as an entrepreneur. That's something you need to unlearn. And one of the biggest mistakes that we do as business people, we think growth is aging. There's a serious thin line between the two. You might not grow, but you will age automatically. So most of the time we think aging is growing. That is why I always tell people, how do you explain growth? Growth is a center of maturity. That when you take your 10,000 today and invest it for 10 years, in 10 years you don't need 10,000. It must be 10 plus a year. That is what you call growth. But aging is sitting there. In 2025, you've got $1,000, and in 2030, you still have that $10,000. It's not growing, you are aging. And unfortunately, aging comes with its own challenges. So if you want to grow, you must know you're going to put in efforts into something, you're going to grow something, and something has to give maturity at one stage. What is that maturity? We call it exponential growth in business. It means if your business was doing 10,000 today, in 6 months' time, you need to run a business that makes at least 10,000 times 3, meaning 30,000. So you cannot keep something that is not working. That's not growth. So if you want to grow, you must learn and relearn. Number 3 is resilience. What is resilience? Resilience is as simply as falling forward, guys. If you're going to start a business, there is nothing that is challenging like starting a business. And I was discussing with somebody during the lunch that one of the biggest things that we're not encoding in this country is that we need to give solutions. And there's so many things that we can do as entrepreneurs. But as long as we're going to copy and paste, we're not going to give businesses that are going to change our country. So you need to start sitting down and think of the best way possible to change the country. And how is that? Is by being resilient, failing forward. And while doing that, we are building sustainable enterprises, which is what we want to see at the end of the day. Another one is conduct due diligence. I know small business, we don't do that. Even though we don't even know what is due diligence. Even though we hate the word. But one of things is if you're going to build relationships, you're going to build partnerships, there are 5 things that you need to do, guys. But before that, you need to conduct due diligence. And due diligence is something that you don't do only on the business side. You also do it to yourself as a person. That is why most of the time we close our eyes and think deeply that, hey, my partner that I have, is it the right partner? That's due diligence, personal due diligence. Sit down and think, what kind of a partner I want in my life? Because when you look at what you have, it might not pay off in the next 10 years. So you don't want to take something from here and try to go somewhere, and it is something that drags you down. If you want to see that you are conducting due diligence, take this particular example. Look at your photo that you used to think I was at my best moment 10 years back. Look at that picture. You will realize that so that is what we call when we talk due diligence. You put stethoscopes into the business and yourself. And what do you look at? You need to build what you call credibility. Because most of us, we want to do things with other people, but credibility is the biggest leg in what we are doing. And if you're going to get partners, guys, if you're going to build collaborations, if you're going to build networks, you need to know that people buy credibility more than the product that you are selling. It doesn't matter how good your product is, but if people are not happy with the entire human being person that is going to do that business with them, they will discard you, they will cut out. Take, for example, if you're going to work with suppliers that are giving you petrol for free, petrol on credit, and month end you need to come and pay and you are nowhere to be found, will they still continue giving you petrol? No, because credibility is what people buy. That is why in simple terms you say, people before they buy your products and your services, they buy you. And how do we do that? You must, number one, be trustworthy. Can we trust you with this thing that we're going to engage? If we sign an SLA, are you going to follow this? Or somewhere, somehow, we will end up in court spending money trying to pursue you. So trustworthiness is one of the most important things if you're going to build relationships, if you're going to build collaborations. Number 2 is reliability. Are you going to be reliable? If we're saying we want a truck that moves commodity from here to Pretoria, and then it must be there by 12 o'clock tomorrow. Are you reliable to take that course? Or are you just going to agree on conditions that they're going to pay you? So if you're not reliable, sit down. And it's okay, guys, to self-critique. Because most of the time we do things that are not going to benefit us, trying to prove the point and knowing we're going to fail. So if you are not reliable, go back and work on your reliability point. Same as the people that you're going to collaborate and work with. If you're going to build partnerships, that is something that you want. Take, for example, if you have a partner that needs to be reliable, say, babes, around 8 o'clock, we must all be home. And then 6 in the morning and gives you a story that I was lost. I couldn't find the direction to our house. Number 3, integrity, guys. Integrity is a set of principles that are morally compiled based on who you are. So if integrity doesn't exist in your component, because remember, guys, character is revealed based on who you are, not what you will become. That's the reason why we say we are human beings. Human beings, we are human but trying to become. But already what it does, it exposes who we truly are. That is why we said business is a character thing. It exposes the hidden characters. If you are a liar, it's not going to change. When you get in the business, that is why you hear people that this one even in the school couldn't even comprehend accounting. But those invoice that is coming and there's no invoice. So you need to understand that reliability and integrity goes in hand if you're going to build a character of credibility. And that's what collaboration and partnerships wants. And if you think I'm lying, go to courts, especially divorce courts, and ask them what is the highest contributor of divorces. They will tell you it's the trust, reliability, and integrity that makes entire marriage fail. Number 4, you need to understand the word believability. We need to believe you beyond what you are saying. Why? Because action speaks louder than words. If you tell us you're going to do something, we need to know that this thing is going to be done. So if you're going to try your best to build a business, that is something that you need to do. And then lastly, you need to be dependable. There's something that we need to do as small businesses and as entrepreneurs. We need to depend more on us more than any other thing. Once you start opening that business, don't think about who's going to help you. Think about how you're going to help yourself to build this business, to become it something that you want to see one day. And then by doing that, you conduct due diligence for self and business. That is the most important thing. And then this is the most important one, guys, building partnerships and collaboration. Number 1, know your industry. A lot of time we see entrepreneurs, I'm doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But if you ask them about that industry, they don't even know what the industry is all about. So know your industry by heart. When you're talking a tire, you must know what is a tire. When you're talking a steering wheel, you must know what is a steering wheel. When you're talking Incoterms, you must know what is Incoterms. When you're talking roots, you must understand, you must know your industry by heart. What are the do's and the don'ts of the industry? So how do you do that? You build relationships, you create value chains, and you build capacity. We've talked a lot about compliance. I'm not going to delve much on it. But number 1, build relationships. Don't compete, collaborate. If you want to die a small death, try to compete. The biggest competition currently in the trading world is called collaborations. That is why big companies, they collaborate and they make big money. I was telling somebody that if you think you're not going to buy from Street Sheet anymore because you are annoyed and you're going to buy at Mr. Price Home, you must know you go into the same company. If you are angry that ShopRite has treated me this bad, now I'm going to start buying from Checkers, you still buying from the same people. So collaboration, you cannot discard it. It's the best glue that makes us go to where we want to go. Because imagine, guys, you can get somebody who can favor you with a contract, but he needs 10 trucks and you've got 1 truck. How are you going to deliver? So that is how you're going to build it. You need to collaborate more than compete. Sometimes you compete with somebody who's going to give you blessings. So competition, no. And then create value chains, guys. Design industry solutions. We know the problems, guys. We know the problems. Somebody was saying in the morning, we know the problems. Now we need solutions. We know the problems, we need solutions. You might not be the one who's going to provide a truck, but you might be the one who's going to provide solutions that is truck-based. So if you don't own a truck, you might own something that is going to deliver you to the truck. So that is how you do design industry solutions. That is how we build value chains. Did you know that the simplest way that rich people are being able to do is that they sit down and say, what can you provide? What can you provide? What can you provide? That is why when you go to ShopRite, you want to go into their value chain system. You say, I want to sell vegetables to you. They already have somebody who's selling vegetables. Because they will tell you we need 10,000 units. And 10,000 units is produced by 7 hectares. And you own 1 hectare. So can you be able to provide? No. You need others to join. So if somebody has 1 hectare, somebody has 1 hectare. If you join those hectares, you have 10 hectares. You can be able to provide what the shop's needs. So that is how we're going to do. Design industry solutions. Number 3 is build capacity. Understand and master industry regulations, guys. The most important thing is regulation. That is why anywhere you go, I mean, somebody was talking here, compliance is the first thing that when you approach investors, they ask you. When you approach the bank, they ask you. When you approach the government, they ask you. So there's no way you go in to do business without compliance. If you want a wife, you go into pay lobola. Simple as that. That's the regulation. So we need to regulate. You know the regulations, how the things are worked. So what is your value proposition? That is the important another thing. Guys, don't just own the truck. Don't just own the transport. Don't just own the fleet. Create a unique value proposition, selling proposition. What is the solution you're going to put on table with the trucks that you have? That is how you build partnerships and implement collaborations. Compliance and efficiency, the most important thing. We talk a lot about compliance. Transport and logistics is a lucrative business. However, efficiency and capacity is the industry. In the industry is everything. If you go into there, guys, you must know this is a lucrative industry, but very, very costly. You can get a contract of 100,000 a month, but believe me, probabilities is you're going to spend 89,000 to make the contract work. So if you're not going to sit down and build that capacity, you're not going to get it right. So compliance, everything, do it right. Number one, fleet is everything in this industry. All the vehicles are very costly. You know what I'm talking about. You don't want a truck that lives here in Port Elizabeth, goes to Grahamstown, and 10 minutes after it leaves the workshop, you are called. The truck is dead. So you need to have fleets, guys. That's where ABSA comes in. That's where other funders comes in. Because the more fleet you have, the better the opportunities that the other one, it breaks, you just release the other one to go and take the cargo that it arrives at the drop zone. Workshop support, very important when doing cross-border. A lot of time, guys, I've seen, I grew up at a village called Miha Village next to Ramatlabama border post. There are times where you have trucks that are sitting there for 3 days. When you look at that traffic, you have about 60 trucks waiting to cross. And some have a serious stock there that needs to be taken care of. And there's no warehouse next to them that they can drop it for safety reasons. So if you're going to do cross borders, make sure that you identify people who can offer you warehouses support anywhere you deliver. You need that in your books. Number three, choose a reliable filling partner. We call it stable petrol station for convenience. Guys, you cannot just use any garage filling station to do your petrol filling. Get that one supplier that you trust. You can work with them. You pay them. You can access a credit at any time. You can transfer. Those are people are available. You just need to find them. Number four, choose a reliable tire partner. I know if there's headache in this business, in this industry, is tire replacement. Tire management. That's the most headache. So if you don't have it, go back and look at the systems that you have built for your business. Build strong relationships. Like understand what Take-A-Loss do, what Amazon do. So these companies, they have created a market. They just need people who can run the market. So those are the relationships that you build. When we talk in relationships, we don't say just go to Scania. Go to these people who have jobs, who have the market, and see where do you fit. That's the most important part. And then learn custom duties. Master income terms with all your heart, guys. That's the most important thing. If you are in transport and logistics and you don't know the current income terms, you must re-strategize. You must fire yourself because you are wrong for the business. You know, sometimes you must wake up and take a good decision, guys. Because I've seen a lot of people running around, checking traditional healers who can drive Togolosi away from the business. When they get to those people, the real Togolosi is them. And then the traditional healer says, it's you who has to go. So it's a very difficult task. Please make sure that you don't find a problem. Learn the custom duties. Because I've seen people losing the cargo when they get to the border post. SARS was here. You need to know what are the terms and conditions that applies to the cargo that you are driving. If you're going to take vegetables here and you have to cross Botswana border and say, we're no longer taking vegetables, what do? That's the most important thing. So you must know the Incoterms and how they work. Create a comprehensive safety file. Non-negotiable, guys. You cannot run a transport and logistics company and you don't have a safety file. If they never ask you for that, believe me, if you want to grow your business, there's a point they're going to look for it and you need to avail it. So if you don't have a safety file today, go sit down and start creating your own safety file. That is your industry-based safety file. Find a credible clearing agency, highly recommended. Again, that's the most important thing. I've seen a lot of trucks staying at the border post, they cannot cross because the papers are not cleared. In harbors, it's even worse. So you don't want to sit there with somebody's cargo for days, waiting for somebody to clear the goods. If the goods leaves PE and they're going to Cape Town, when they get to Cape Town, the papers must be ready, sent to you that the cargo is cleared, now it can leave the truck. That's the most important thing. Get a reliable clearing partner as soon as you can. And then last one, find a reliable insurance for the business and the fleet. Guys, you cannot be in this industry and you don't have insurance. We try to microwave these things. But with insurance, guys, ask a person who has got an accident with his Mercedes-Benz and he said, this month I'm not paying my insurance. Ask him how it feels. It's very, very, very cold. So those are things that you need to understand, that you cannot run a transport and logistic business and you don't have insurance that looks after that businesses. And I'm talking credible insurance. Somebody you can call, Santam, ABSA, that you can call that I'm having a problem now and I need this cargo to move. So those are the things that you need to do. Lastly, guys, lead by business case, please. Entrepreneurs, MSMEs, please learn to lead by business case. Study 5 companies that have made it in the industry that you are pursuing. You will definitely find the do's and the don'ts. You will definitely know the reasons why you need to do what you need to do. So go there and find somebody. We've got Hendrik and Food who's in goods. We've got Unitrans and or Mainline who's into fuel. We've got the Free Trans who are goods inside tippers, Neyman in goods. So follow these companies and try to understand what is that they are doing right that you need to do one day. And then lastly, guys, and hear me, you can forget everything that I've said, but don't forget this one. Thank you very much for your time.
Interesting, you put Hendrik van Wyk on your case studies. Study how they ended up filing for business rescue. Very important. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him another last round of applause. All the speakers, I believe that we have covered very critical topics for the day. And as your MC for these past 2 days of program directors, let me just thank C-BRTA's team for trusting me with their inaugural conference. The board chairperson, the CEO, thank you very much. To you, everybody in the room, thank you so much. I see a friend in the room that's doing fantastic in this industry. Thank you very much for being so engaging throughout the past 2 days. Then I just want to mention just 2 announcements is people online have been asking conversations around or questions around the AEO program that SARS has with C-BRTA, BMA, and also the NRCS. Could the lady from SARS please just stand up so that people can come to you, them that have questions regarding this particular program? That there she is, them that are doing cross-border. She's got a lot of information even as to how it applies into other countries. After the closing remarks from the DM, we will break with lunch. So from me, Florence, I said we started at DRC, and can I bring you back to South Africa? Remember, we ended up at DRC. So we found ourselves this morning in DRC as your truck driver, and a couple of you in the truck, we start seeing opportunities. And we had conversations amongst ourselves as to, the need in DRC for various goods is quite large. While we at it, we WhatsApp in our WhatsApp group, our company WhatsApp group, and our office calls ABSA. And wants to explain to ABSA this opportunity that we have within DRC, and ABSA says, hold on, we can't give you money. Where are your compliance documents? We start scratching our heads. We get very sentimental that ABSA can't see that we come from a disadvantaged background. And we get very sentimental about it. And whilst we are still there thinking, we did not put together our finances, and yet we want to explore opportunities, we then remember as we are walking, we see a C-BRTA agency advert that says, comply to cross easy. Then we remember we need to comply to cross easy. While we are there within the WhatsApp group, we in our company WhatsApp group, we get a message that SARS has visited our company's bank account. 300,000 gone. How, where, who? What happened? Then we remembered we didn't keep our records, and therefore we have to go back to SARS, and it's going to take us a very good 8 months to get back our 300,000 rands. And what a rude awakening. As we're traveling down, we find ourselves back again at Beitbridge, and guess what? There's congestion. Why is there congestion? We look to the left, to the right. We remember, oh my gosh, if we only utilized technology, if we had the right TMS system, if we had the right routing system, maybe we could have afforded this ourselves out of this problem. And then we realize we do not know or have the right features around our TMS and our telematics system. We cross broke. Now we are in Musina. We do not have any cargo that we got back from DRC. Our fuel is close to zero because we did not do the proper fuel efficiency. We did not do the proper scenario planning. Our tires are completely ruined because we did not do proper scenario planning on transport infrastructure and road conditions. Before we knew it, also because of our fuel, our engine is starting to give us problems because we decided to stop at the wrong garage. And the diesel was spiked with paraffin. We are back in South Africa, back square one. The truck that we had now must go to service. Our driver did his part. He took us to DRC. He had all the necessary requirement documentation. But as a company, we failed our driver because we lacked planning, because we didn't engage in the industry long enough for us to explore the opportunities. And because of that, oftentimes the problem is not the driver, the problem is the owner. With that, I would like to call the chairperson of the C-BRTA. Welcome back to South Africa.
Thank you very much. Can we stand up, all of us, just for a stretch? Please. Just for a stretch, you know, as we end the, you know, as it probably is, you know. Round of applause, please. Thanks so much. We needed that stretch. We can now sit down. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of a two-day conference. It's actually not usual that you find people, when the conference started, and you find them still in numbers, the way you have done. Sometimes the conferences end with an empty audience. Another round of applause to you. The Cross-Border Road Transport Agency, as we were here, you know, sometimes we're not known who we are. He said, she said, chairperson, my name is Sonwabile Mangotwa. It's a public entity. It's important for people to be known. I was actually in a meeting where taxi operators said, we don't know this chairperson. And yet they said, it's important for it to be known because it's not a private company, it's a public company. So people must be known and you can call the person. So it's important, you know, for people to know, know on that. And Deputy Minister, I'm gonna go, you know, mention certain things that we said, but when we started this conference, we have come now to the end of the 2-day program, and I'm proud of the quality of discussions throughout the past 2 days. When we started the program yesterday, we outlined the purpose of this conference, its objectives and expected outcomes. Having been part of the proceedings, I can confidently say the conference lived up to these expectations. You all deserve another round of applause, please. You know, we've learned a lot. I spend my days in court because I'm an advocate. And as I was sitting here, I was listening and seeing things that I usually see in court. For instance, dissolution of a company. Some people actually say, no, we have fought with so-and-so, and therefore I left the company. You left the company, we never dissolved it. And one day you see the same company and your name as well. And because your name is still there, whatever you've agreed with about dividends, or you are a shareholder of that company, and including its tax burden, you are still part of the company. Because the company was not properly dissolved, you just said, because you are angry, and you just left the company. So many other things. And as I was sitting here, Deputy Minister, I was saying to myself, no, actually, to become an entrepreneur, there's what this thing called, legislative burden. People don't actually read the legislations. For instance, the Companies Act is amended now. You know, the rights and duties of a shareholder, the mergers and acquisitions. That's where now, Rupert's and them, they close the economy because of the mergers and acquisitions. And people don't know, for instance, that the president last year signed an act of what is called Ombudsman of Small Businesses, which is actually a very critical office that is going to be established, this year. There's also, if you read the act itself, there's where it actually talks about, the Deputy Minister, what is called prohibited business practices. What is a prohibited business practice? It's there, for instance. It's going to protect SMMEs against late payments. Because the SMMEs are not paid, they also, they sign contracts, against large companies who have got, what is called contingency liability, call it, budgets, unilateral changing of terms of contracts. That's what is called on that. Joseph contracts with a large company and the terms change. It's not even called to a shareholders meetings because it's a small business. And the Ombudsman is going to protect such people. And you must know your rights. What is it that is an prohibited business practice? I would love to thank people here. Everybody was presenting, Deputy Minister. I've learned a lot myself sitting there, the taxman. And a need to keep records. And everything that we have said about, SARS when you're presenting there. Because we're building an entrepreneur. An entrepreneur is not just something that is, you must actually go and actually become, corporate governance. Issue of governance is there also in the Companies Act, because corporate governance is there. There's also, Deputy Minister, you spoke about, Deputy Minister, as well, some of the things about your obligations as well. You have employed people. Why is it called micro and a small? You start with micro because it's 0 to 10 people you have employed and the annual turnover. It's actually a small because it's 10 to 15. Then medium and micro up to 250 employees. You're an employer. That's why many of us here have employed people in domestic workers at home. You call them usitshwencedisi. You know why? Because you do not understand. You don't want to treat this person as a worker. Person is working unreasonable hours, and many other things that she's actually doing. Because this is a helper. There's nothing called a helper. This person is employed, and therefore must actually has got duties. You are an employer, therefore there are certain obligations that you have. Thanks so much, SARS, for that. And thanks that because I know all of us sitting here, we've got tax burdens. Department shareholder, Department of Transport, thanks my lady as well. I think Ms. Gada, for sharing all those statistics that we're sharing. In 1985, what happened, Deputy Minister? I was actually a general worker loading cement in one place before I went to study law. And actually, I suffered. I was employed, but I was underemployed. So there's this category of underemployment. It's even more difficult than unemployment. Because your burden is just to go to work. You don't know how to go to work and come back and eat at work. That's a category. Because people, when they want jobs, they say, I want anything. I mean, I was looking at someone now with a tavern. She actually advertised. And those adverts there, actually even graduates. Graduates just to go and become a bottle girl in a club. That's how this unemployment is in South Africa. And those people are actually underemployed. Thanks so much for providing those statistics. I may not be able to thank all of you, but let me go also straight, to the Deputy Minister. Deputy Minister, thank you so much. You have provided insights. My takeaway from what the Deputy Minister has said, and I would go, the Deputy Minister is going to still come here, is the issue of interinstitutional collaboration. Because there are many people outside there, departments that must talk about. There's what is called, for instance, the BE Commission. BE Commission is actually, it measures whether departments of the state are actually complying with the BE codes and everything about that. And then supply development and so forth, enterprise supply development. So those are things that I think as SMMEs, you must actually acquaint about. So thanks, Deputy Minister, for really mentioning that issue of interinstitutional collaboration, because other things, it's not about us here. We want funding, we want this and that, and so on. There are a lot of things that we want. I used to be CEO of what is called Heritage Council. I know that when we have a World Heritage Site in a place, we wanted local people to benefit, but local people didn't have. Many of them ended up going to Joburg just to supply, stationery. Because those who are local, this thing is done for them, but they don't comply. And when you look at the performance, as an entity, you find that you're still employing people from Joburg, and people actually complain because they don't comply. So those are things that I think that from the Deputy Minister, it's my takeaway. When the Deputy Minister also said, I'm calling on you as part of the outcomes of this conference to come up with a tangible and actionable plan on how to forge meaningful partnerships that will drive change and help the country to achieve its economic development agenda. This is what the Deputy Minister said. Two things about South Africa. We are an over-workshopped society. Once they have a problem, you call a workshop, and so on. So that thing must end of workshops. And another feature that we're an over-abbreviated society it's always abbreviations. You don't even know what is this thing called, because it has a lot of colorful names and abbreviations. The Deputy Minister is calling us to action. And allow me to extend this word of gratitude to you, because it's rare that you have a Deputy Minister participating and give strategic guidance throughout for 2 days. And in his opening address is now going to close the conference. And all the takeaways that we have, from you, a Deputy Minister. And lastly, to you participants, thank you so much. We had a small meeting with the Deputy Minister when we came here in the CEO, and we were saying that, which is where the Deputy Minister was mentioning this, that it's going to be very much important, that this conference must be remarkable, not because we had the meeting, but it is because there's a certain change that is there, in our men of doing things. Somebody must said, yes, I met someone, and as such, I've managed to do what is called, a collaboration with that person. But two, in the program that we're going to roll out, there is a change, there's access to this, opportunities, and then so forth. I cannot stop without thanking our executives or our employees. Let me say employees of cross-border, under the leadership of the CEO. Men and women who have put all of these colorful things, asibaqhubele izandla, please, because they really worked. They were burning the midnight oil to ensure that things are happening. This board of cross-border, it has actually finished its term of 3 years. Ne? And then we're also saying that it's rare that we've got my team member, my board actually, all of them, they are here. In fact, it's just few members, 1 or 2, but they have come here. All of them, they are in their employments, but they've decided to come and grace this occasion, do what is called a service to South African, a society. Round of applause to the board members. Now, lastly, I'm just going to, invite our Honorable Deputy Minister to the stage. This was a vote of thanks. Our Deputy Minister is going to do what is called proper closing remarks, and as we close this conference. Announcements have been made. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Advocate Ngotwa, and to all the board members of the cross-border, the executives led by the CEO, to the program director, ladies and gentlemen. Really, mine is to say thank you. I stayed for one reason, and it was for my own learning. Because I believe that policymakers themselves must learn. I've always said a leader must also be led. Because if you can't take the time to hear others, you will not grow, because then you're on a myopic path, which is really to self-destruction. So I'm glad that the department has been here, and I'm sure has taken comprehensive notes as well, which we will feed into our own ecosystem and take forward what may actually be the resolutions here. The second point that I want to make was when I left high school some 20 years ago, our school principal then, Mr. Peter McKillen, said something very profound. And he said, as you go out into the world, don't let things replace people. And I believe that a people-centered development approach is one where government actually engages with the people. I wholeheartedly detest the notion of a society only active for the purposes of elections. And worse, of course, because we politicians tend to bug you in your homes for door-to-door during election season. And then you don't see us again for 2.5 years when we come back for the local government elections and then the national elections. And I think it is a necessity that we change that kind of outlook and bridge the gap, because there is seemingly a trust deficit between government and the people, because our sense of interaction is confined to sloganeering and elections, thus foregoing a keen understanding of the daily lived material conditions of the people, of business, of academia, and society in its broadest sense. And so our participation at this conference is to say that the industry players, the operators, must be able to access us as and when it is required and as and when they need. And so I hope that you will exploit the opportunity then that the cross-border on our behalf is presenting to yourselves for an engagement on issues. Because one thing that must be alive to us is that the Constitution, the laws and policy are all living documents. That's why there's provision for amendment and a defined process of how you amend. Now, for me, it's quite clear that we cannot operate cross-border policy on the basis of old without taking into account what the operators are going through. And so this is about pressing the reset button, amongst others, on how best, where change is required, we can hear it and then implement it. So I'm making an invitation to the operators to bother the cross-border. And I can say that with a semblance of authority because the Minister of Transport delegated that cross-border to myself. And so now I'm delegating the cross-border to you to be readily available and accessible. Even on the simplest of matters, so that the ease of doing business can be realized. Because that's the point. If business moves quicker, the better for all of us. So I do want to say thank you very much, Chairperson, to you and the board, CEO, to you and the executives, and please also to Kucha, thank you. We appreciate also you hosting us, but would want to encourage the cross-border to rotate this conference throughout the country and develop it further. It is my belief that the deliberations of this conference from the report that I received have heeded the clarion call we made at the start, that it will be a culmination at the end of tangible outcomes that accelerate the required transformation in the industry. The business intelligence which was shared by the experts on the program is invaluable to all entrepreneurs and aspiring entrepreneurs in this room who are serious about building not just domestic businesses, but global enterprises. I believe that this conference has been a befitting foundation set by the initial discussions of the conference, which have highlighted the importance of funding, accessing markets, and how businesses cannot grow without opportunities. These discussions also noted the opportunities for expanding into the rest of the continent on the basis of the offerings of the Africa Free Trade Continental Agreement and the high failure rate, which is of concern to all of us, of SMMEs within the first 5 years of their business cycle, and the exorbitant capital outlay that is required to operate in the road freight industry. CEO and Chair, I would hope that our focus is on entrepreneurs and not tenderpreneurs, because tenderpreneuring is not a business, and it does not build a capable state. Instead, it has been the breeding ground for corruption. That I can sit with my laptop in my pajamas in a B&B and say I'm running a business simply because I can fill out the form and then make a phone call to someone to say, where should I peg the price so that we can make the bid? That's not business. It's corruption. And in the process of us relying on this tenderpreneur nonsense. What has happened is that we have lost, one, the noble intent of those who truly want to business. We have lost the skills, knowledge, and expertise of the business sector because we have put ahead of the business sector tenderpreneuring, all for the ease of making money at the expense of the daily lived poverty and challenges of our people. So I would hate a situation that we come out here and we are a tenderpreneur-based kind of outlook. That's not a business. And I'm probably speaking against government policy, but I've sat on SCOPA for 10 years, 5 of which I chaired. And quite frankly, when it comes to tendering and Khathalelek Tenjo, tenders have robbed this country of its potential. And we have fooled ourselves into thinking we are redistributing wealth and accessing opportunities for people who are not plowing back into the economy because they are not investors. They are tendering for the purposes of consuming and lavish lifestyles, which are at odds, I believe, advocate with the aspirations of the struggle for freedom and democracy. And unless we do something very radical to change the ecosystem of our tendering management, where government and the state falls short to perform a function and then rely on tenders, we are not going to take this country forward. When we're going to buy water, bottled water, this thing here, which is, you can even find some of them for $7.99. And then we have a quotation just for bottled water, 500 milliliters, 30 rands, 40 rands. Must be very holy water coming straight from the heavens. Truly the tears of the Lord, I don't know. So something is wrong. Something is very wrong. I mean, it's Shakespeare says something is rotten in the state. Something is wrong when it comes to tenders. And I'm here to find somebody to prove me wrong. And I doubt I will find them. The one who will contest is a beneficiary of the corruption I speak about. In any case, despite all these overwhelming barriers that we've spoken about, I think we can leave here also buoyed by the fact that there are brilliant success stories of youth-owned businesses, Voice Express being one of them, which have told us the story of how they defied odds by raising enough capital and have ventured into trucking. And it is my prayer and hope that their business and many others will continue to grow for the better. And ours is to make sure that we give them the support that they require. This success story was also complemented by important highlights which can shape and hone the focus areas moving forward for the Cross Borders Incubator program now. And the highlights, amongst others, were that due to the highly competitive environment of securing contracts, entrepreneurs should look at where they have contacts and a network, as these are sources for business opportunities. MSMEs should invest in a contract advisor who can assess any potential contract to determine the cost drivers and possible risks which can affect the profitability of the agreement. Further, MSMEs should ensure that any contract they received has got defined durations, exclusivity, and guaranteed loads and trips, and a price escalation clause and a price based on kilometers or tons. Just basic due diligence. And having highly well-trained drivers was emphasized as important to operating a transport business, and I want to emphasize proper drivers, well-trained drivers, for the purposes of road safety. We are losing 12,000 lives on South African roads. Fatal accidents and crashes are costing the economy some 200 billion rands per year. adding an added burden to a healthcare system that is stretched at the seams. Post-care, particularly also for children, mentally and otherwise, parents simply just not strapping their children in. So just to the parents in the room and to the grandparents, please strap the children in. Head trauma has a lasting impact on children, socially, mentally, and otherwise. I want to make an example of why we are bleeding money. A South African state which is so fundamentally turned towards social benefits, social grants, nutrition programs at schools, free education, no-fee schools, and so on. The social program ordinarily is designed and should operate as a system to take people out of poverty. So it is an investment of the state in an individual for the purposes of futuristic alleviation of the strain of the state to spend on people. It takes one accident to unravel that entire investment, which would have gone on for a good 22 years in an individual whom would have taken from birth through NSFAS, and they get the qualification, and if they get the job, they leave their rural village, the bright lights of the city, find a job, life is good, they get a car, and then that one weekend of partying, and our statistics are telling us we are losing people primarily over weekends between the hours of 7 and 1 a.m. in the morning. It was great at the club, they get into the car, they encounter an accident, and the family back home, which was dependent on that success, reverses right back to poverty. So we need to start viewing road accidents and road safety as a country, and more specifically as a sector, as a hindrance to economic growth and social upward mobility, because we are losing lives unnecessarily. And so to the truck operators, please tell your drivers, just because your truck is big doesn't mean bully us in our I-10s on the roads, because you know you will survive. Because that I-10 driver makes a huge change in the social status of the country. So driver behavior is critical, and therefore Ms. Prata will tell you the important issue of truck stops becomes critical here, because we are encouraging drivers to rest and encouraging operators to understand that drivers must rest. They are human. We must not push them and strain them to the point that the only focus area is money for the business. Their rest is critical to the broader ecosystem of society. And so when we speak about road safety, I think we must broaden our outlook to say, what is the impact of one accident? I happened to be, and I'll be rounding off, they can circulate these remarks that I had here, at an interview panel for one of the Deputy Directors General for Basic Education. And we were speaking about early childhood development, amongst others, and how teachers now have had to become nurses, social workers, and all sorts of other things. But the psychological trauma caused by accidents on our roads, it's one thing where we have to counsel families who have lost a loved one. But having to deal with an individual who can no longer walk, can no longer see, who's lost a leg, who's lost an arm, and so on, and how that confronts not just the person but their families on a daily basis is an added strain for all of us. So when we have got expectations of government and the state and our entities, we also have expectations of yourselves. That driver enhancement programs, professionalizing the ecosystem is critical. So part of what are opportunities that are available for small business in the sector is driver training and driver enhancement, which is also about the tourist operators as well, the tour operators as well, particularly at a cross-border level. So this issue of road safety, I hope, will get our immediate focus. In conclusion, I'm advised by the team that part of the resolutions that you have arrived at this conference is for the cross-border to put out an advert to identify beneficiaries for the incubation program by the end of August 2025. It's 2 for the cross-border to integrate MSMEs within the quarterly cross-border forum meetings with a view to fully implement a separate program of SMMEs in future. 3 is for the agency to leverage on existing institutions and programs for more data and integration, including the Road Freight SMA Summit. 4 is for the agency to approach banks for a more focused funding approach to the MSMEs. This focus, which will be with ABSA, I'm told, in the short term. 5 is for the agency to engage with the DFIs with a view to increase transport and logistics products. And 6 is for the agency to engage with the DTIC regarding their suite of incentives. And I would want to add 7 for the agency to engage the Department of Small Business Development and the NYDA to leverage their interventions insofar as small business is concerned. So that's 7 outcomes. It shouldn't be difficult to report back on them next year, because that is where we must start. Have we done these things? If not, why not? So every question has an answer, and then we build on those blocks. Lastly, I want to express my sincerest appreciation to all of you for having taken the time to be here, and I want to encourage you to, one, partner with the agency and ourselves. I always make the point as CEO I speak that the entities are entities of the Department of Transport. Therefore, what they do, it's what the Department of Transport is doing. So people must know, what's the department doing? We've got agencies for that purpose. And I believe that we have turned a new page, and I believe we are enhancing the ecosystem, and we must exploit the opportunities in the value chain, because if we don't as South Africans, foreign investors will come and do it for us. So I think it is key that when we have woken up to the opportunities, we prioritize them for the country and for South Africans. And so today I'm quite happy that we've been able to hold this conference, and would want to believe that the quarterly meetings will assist us to gauge our progress, so that we don't assess at the end, so that we can effect corrective measures in between. But again, in the end, let's make sure that we are all compliant. Because compliance is the yardstick measure that equalizes and is the test upon which you can't be faulted. It's what will tell you when a favor has been done and when wrong has been done, because it sets the parameters of what we need to do. So it is my clarion call that as we broaden the scope now of what the agency is doing, we do so from a fundamental basis that we are building a capable state with capable businesses. Because for me, this is a mutual symbiosis. And capability and compliance is a two-way street. And it is incumbent on us, therefore, to make sure we do the right things. I always say, people say government is corrupt. I may agree. I may agree. Hear me well. But government does not do business with government. And so we need to nip corruption in the bud, even in the smallest thing. When you pay cool drink to a traffic officer to take you out of a traffic fine, that's corruption. Because you are buying your way back onto the road to be a risk on others. So please, let's do the right thing. Take care. God bless, and God bless Orlando Pirates. Thank you very much.
I think announcements have been made. Can we go straight to where we're supposed to eat, and so that we can allow workers to start cleaning this place, please.